A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. 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 A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes.
Sorry for the slightly longer intro, and my mic is doing weird things this week. Anyway, today we talk about politics once again. And I will basically explain things that are going on before we react to things. First of all, well, we got another traitor that crossed the floor. Once again, our democracy is being undermined by our stupid and outdated system that lets member of parliament cross floors, which is really bad. So basically, the guy that was saying, "Oh yeah, I will resign in the spring to spend some time with the family," well, that guy was full of BS, and he decided to side with the government. And once again, I feel like we are coming closer to a banana republic. What kind of message do we send to the world stage? We send the message that yes, we do have election, but people like Mark Carney don't care about such word. It's not elitist enough. There's not enough power to the government. No, this is exactly what Carney thinks. So again, we got another traitor. Now, that was the intro with the traitor thing because I don't have a lot more to say outside of that person was elected as a conservative and that person decided to run, or I should say to switch teams to the liberals in a riding that's dominated by the conservative for years and decades. That conservative riding was always conservative, so it's very insulting, and the media psyops behind it to justify it and to explain, oh yeah, he talked with his constituency. I don't think so. Anyway, this is what's going on in Canada. Now, the next thing, which is the first topic of today, Gary Anandasangaree, the safety minister should be fired. I said it. So this is the deep dive. So that guy is incompetent, and we will talk about that. I collected 4 videos with a Gary doing stupid comments and proving he's unfit to be the safety minister. So let's get into the first one. And it's all taken from our parliament. What is going on there? And I just hope some American will just show up and watch what's going on and they can laugh even more at us because we are a laughing stock. Canada is a laughing stock. Anyway, let's screen share the first video. We are doing it right now. We are doing it right now. There we go. This is the first video. I make sure the volume is amazing. And again, my mic is doing weird things tonight. So this is the first video we will be covering tonight. So now let's get into the first clip. Let's do this.
Questions for the Minister of Public Safety. The Minister should know these are direct questions, and I hope the answers will be similarly direct. When does the amnesty period for firearms banned by Order in Council on May 1st, 2020 end?
The Honourable Minister.
Let me just take a moment to just congratulate my colleague for being here. October 2025.
Honourable Member.
Will all firearms banned in that and subsequent orders in council be seized by then?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member.
Is the government extending the amnesty?
Minister.
We're looking at options.
The Honourable Member.
How much has the Liberal government spent so far on the confiscation scheme?
Honourable Minister.
Total amount budgeted in total is $597.9 million over 3 years.
He is the safety minister. I think it should be basic to know your file and your answers. And now, based on that short clip, all he does is reading through notes. Amazing. You read through notes. I cannot wait to see a gotcha moment that some of you may have heard about it, but you may not have seen it, so let's get into it.
Member.
The question was how much has been spent to date.
Minister. The Honourable Member.
The government's own numbers in September of last year said it was 67.2 million. How has the amount gone down in the intervening months?
Honourable Minister.
So it's 20 million for the first phase of the business buyback. More will be allocated and is allocated towards the individual gun owner.
Chair, my question, how much has been spent in total by the government between May 1st, 2020 and now?
Honourable Minister.
20 million.
Honourable Member.
How has the number gotten $50 million smaller than in September of 2024?
Goes towards administration and setting up the program, but the buyback itself is $20 million that's been spent.
So to set up, again, I don't know what's up with my mic, but to set up a program, we must waste money. Welcome to Canada, where you hire someone to tell you will do something, and that someone will investigate something, and they will tell you, I will pay someone to investigate. So it's just, it just feels like a money laundering scheme. But hey, it's Canada. We are used to it now. Hopefully, if I remember correctly, it's one of the 4. But we do have a very humiliating moment for Gary there. I cannot wait to find it. Hopefully it's in this first clip to start with strength. So let's hear more about that.
Honourable Member.
So the minister is giving a number that's deliberately deflated?
Honourable Minister.
Is a member accusing me of misleading? I don't think he is, but no, I'm giving numbers that are accurate. $20 million.
The Honourable Member.
I was asking for the total, but I'll move on and we'll look at this later. When the figures were presented by the government in September of 2024, $11.5 million had gone towards software, logistics, and communication support. Did any of that go to any of the suppliers or vendors involved in developing the ArriveCan app?
Honourable Minister. The Honourable Member.
How many guns have been seized?
I don't know what's up with my mic. But the ArriveCan app was basically a money laundering scheme where billions of our taxpayer money went down the drain for an app that never really happened during COVID. And guess what? Liberal Insider got rich on it. It was a big scandal. And just recently we heard that we may get some of the money back. I don't know how, but apparently it's been debated, and I think we will get some of the money back. I might be wrong on that. Not quite sure. So yeah, let's hear more about Gary now.
He's so far under the buyback and confiscation scheme.
The Honourable Minister.
1,000.
The Honourable Member.
What was the price per gun that the government paid for these?
Minister.
We'll be able to get back to my colleague.
The honourable member.
How
It's simple. He asked how much money will be given. And the guy in charge of the file doesn't know. Okay, welcome to Canada. This is our safety minister there. In charge of the project he doesn't know the full detail of. Very competent, right? Right. Let's play more of that now.
How many firearms does the government believe have been prohibited that will be collected under this confiscation scheme?
Minister.
Anticipation is about 179,000.
The honourable member.
Are all of those firearms semi-automatics?
The honourable minister.
I don't believe so.
The honourable
I
member.
don't believe so.
What other
It's
types of
reassuring.
firearms?
This is your safety minister saying, I don't believe so. Dude, it's your job to know that kind of things. Incompetence 101 right now in full display. He doesn't know. So let's hear more about questioning and the response.
Have been banned that the government will be seizing.
Honourable minister.
Those that are scheduled to be bought back will be removed. I can't tell you the specific ones, but they are.
Because he doesn't know his job.
Honourable member.
Does the minister have an RPAL?
Minister.
Can you repeat that question?
Does the minister have an RPAL? Okay. You're safety minister, you're in charge of gun control. And the RPAL is a license for guns, and it's really something you should know about, especially if you craft laws to take away guns. It's basic. And the guy in charge of taking away your guns, maybe that's a surprise. So let's hear Andrew asking again the question to see if it was just got caught up in the moment and he may know the response but didn't realize it at the moment. But let's hear out what's going on there.
Honourable member.
I'll rephrase, Chair. Does the minister know what an RPAL is?
Honourable minister.
I do not.
Member.
Look at that. Look at that. Even the people are laughing. They're like, what's going on? We are talking about the gun buyback, and the guy doesn't know what's an RPAL. He is the guy in charge of it. No wonder our neighbor South doesn't want to trade with us. We have incompetence in our ranks. This is a mic drop moment, folks.
Does the minister know what the CFSC is?
Honourable minister.
I do not know.
Member.
I'll stipulate, Chair, that is the Canadian firearm safety course that all gun owners in Canada have to do to get their firearms license. Has the minister ever done the Canadian firearm safety course?
The honourable minister.
Speaker, it's my third week on the job. No, I have not.
The honourable member.
Does the minister...
Because it's his third week, he doesn't know. You have staffers. You should take your damn job seriously. But the guy is a liberal, or I should say a liberal. And just because of that, well, who cares, right? He will get elected anyway. Like, can place a sheep at his place, and I'm sure people will vote for the sheep if it wears red and has the big L on the chest. It's hilarious. The incompetence in full display. I know it's been 3 weeks, but after 3 weeks in the job, usually I know what's the deal. And I will also be honest, if I ever become a politician like that, I will try to find people to surround myself to have help with my files so I don't look like a stupid incompetent. even if I sit as an independent, I'm sure you can find support. You can find ways to not look so stupid. But hey, we deal with the liberal that's been elected for now 11 years just because they're not conservative, and conservative are bad in Canada, right? Right?
Know what safety classes and safety demands are expected of law-abiding Canadian gun owners.
The Honourable Minister.
This is not about law-abiding gun owners, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member.
How can the minister make that claim when he doesn't know the basic fundamentals of law-abiding gun ownership in this country, Chair?
Oh my. Finish it.
Mr. Speaker, the Bill
Totality.
21 is meant to get serious, dangerous weapons off our streets.
The Honourable Member, very briefly, and just confirming that he's splitting his time 3 ways.
Chair, will the minister commit to taking the Canadian Firearm Safety course so he'll know what he's talking about?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to purchase a firearm or use a firearm.
The guy is the safety minister. You don't need to purchase or grab a gun to be interested into the course. So, like, we got a bunch of liberals saying, oh, Pierre Poilievre should take his security clearance. That guy, Gary, he should take the gun course so he doesn't look that stupid the next time he's asked questions. This is why we have in government, folks. This is why I just realized my freaking mic, I don't know what's up with that, but my mic is bad. So I don't know how long I was muted like that. But again, we have incompetence. I'm a proud Canadian, but that kind of stuff going on right now in the country, and that kind of clown that's in charge of the circus of the asylum, I cannot take them seriously anymore, and I start hating my country because of people like Gary. Anyway, let's get into the next one because we got a playlist.
I gotta tell you something else.
We got a full playlist here, and now we enter the second clip. A lot of you may have heard about that. We will play it again.
You may not be happy with it. We're launching a gun buyback plan. Yeah, I know. Keep saying. Yeah. We're not adding anything to it. Okay? You don't need to add anything. You already took everything. What is that? You already taken everything. And I thought it was voluntary. It is voluntary. So let me ask you this. Yeah. So if it's a voluntary buyback. Yeah. Some people call it confiscation. Yeah. So I have a couple of options. My option is to go have it deactivated. Yeah. At my cost. You'll get compensation for that. Okay, so I'll get compensation for deactivation. So I basically have a firearm that would never be able to be used again. So basically a warning. Yeah. Okay. 2 is to turn it into the federal government. Yeah. Or whatever agency. Yeah, who's collecting? Is there could be a collection agency as well? Right? Yeah. Right. For what compensation? So what's written in, so let's say one of my ARs, they're gonna give me, I don't recall the value, I think it's around $1,200.
Yeah.
Somewhere about that. But I have receipts where I purchased it.
So the question here is quite simple. For the people with modified weapons, will they get some of the money back? Will the extra costs linked to the gun will go in the buyback? So what I try to say is, if for example your rifle costs 1,000, then you add a scope, then you add this and that, and now instead of 1,000 it's 2,000. Will the buyback consider the extra 1,000 you poured into your weapon? This is the line of questioning. Quite simple, and I think it's basic. If it's really for the people, it should be taken seriously. So let's hear the fabulous minister. And by the way, he didn't know he was getting recorded, and that will bite him really hard, because now we cannot take him seriously, because like so many things will leak, or I should say did leak, because of that exchange, and things that the people, they should know, or I should say they should know, but the government wouldn't like it for it to be leaked. So it's the kind of stuff where it's great it's been leaked, but the government, it doesn't look good on the government at all. So therefore the government wouldn't be liking that kind of exchange being leaked. Anyway, let's play that.
At a far greater cost. And I've have other receipts for, maybe I've changed the bolt carrier group or a trigger and things like this. There's no compensation for that.
No, not for that.
We're just saying, this is the blanket,
Yeah.
what you're getting.
It's not a flat fee though. It's not a flat compensation, right? It's not like it's $400. It's every model.
They make a model has a dollar value.
Has a
assigned to
dollar
it,
value,
yes,
yes.
exactly. So like my SIG.
Yeah.
And 400, I think it's around $1,200.
Yeah.
But I paid like $2,400 for it, or
Yeah.
$2,200, let's say. So I'm still losing money.
Probably,
Yeah.
probably, right? The idea is that, look, they're already prohibited, right? They're already.
Well, they're not. They've never, so by the OIC in 2000.
Yes.
Right?
So right now, Gary is admitting you won't get your money back. You will only get a portion of it based on the weapon you are using or selling or letting the government take. It's a clown show. This is what's going on.
Within the stroke of a pen, at the time, the Prime Minister Trudeau says these are weapons of war. There's no use for them within Canadian society.
Right.
This all came after the mass shooting in Nova Scotia, who was an illegal firearms person, correct?
Had mental health issues.
But he had illegal firearms. He was able to purchase a retired police vehicle, correct?
It's always after a big event, a big tragedy, they try to roll back that, they try to push forward with that kind of policies. They weaponize events. It's disgusting, and it's happening. And with Tumbler Ridge last week, you can bet the NDP and the Liberal will team up again on the matter, and they will try to push for more gun bans. Amazing, right? Amazing.
Right?
Yeah.
He made a, hold on, let me finish.
Yeah, listen, don't ask me to explain the logic to you on this, okay? Like, it's.
But we're not the problem here.
I realize that.
So how many gangbangers?
Yeah.
It's hilarious. We just got Gary admitting on the record. It's not the gun owner that follow the law-abiding people that are the issue. He admits to that. He agrees with it. It's the people that have illegal weapons that the issue. But let's punish the people that follow the rules. It's disgusting. And we got a minister on record right now doing that. And I remember the time that footage leaked. It's like now, like 7 months ago, 8 months ago. It was hilarious because for weeks the conservatives were pushing on getting Gary fired. It didn't work, but hey, they tried. It's a clown show. Nobody can take Canada seriously with that kind of footage. I don't like what's going on. We are played for being fools, and I think we are actually fools because we keep electing these people.
Right? Are running around at TPS, and every police force in Canada is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, in prosecuting people, investigating people that are on the legal side.
I get it.
If I get a piece of paper going to my gun range, I can be 5 years in prison for a piece of paper. These guys, I hate to say it, they're catch and release policies. These guys are caught, right? Might spend a couple of days in jail, get a bail hearing, I know they don't. But you're taking stuff away from people that aren't the problem.
Listen, it's voluntary. Okay, that's
It's voluntary, but if you don't
So what's the third option?
abide,
So I
you will get
deactivate,
arrested.
I turn them in. What's the third option?
Third option is you don't do either.
And what does that make me become?
Then it's up to the local police.
So then what's that make me become?
Yeah.
What's that? A criminal?
If police enforce it, yes.
Well, of course the police are going to enforce it. Because you're going to mandate.
Well, it's already in the criminal, it's there.
It's already written in the criminal code.
Yeah.
So you're saying is.
Even if he's like saying, oh, maybe you don't follow it. And now the guy is like, but the cops will want us to follow it because it will be in the criminal code. It's ridiculous how stupid we can be to the elite class. They think you're stupid, and that's why they let that kind of stuff happening. They know they will get elected again. That guy, Gary, the writing is in is probably hardcore liberal, and that's why he's still there after years of destruction of the economy. But yeah, let's hear more about the full chaos.
If I don't deactivate or return them at a loss, I'm going to be considered a criminal.
In your case, whatever your losses, you tell me, I'll personally.
It's not the point.
I'll get upset. No,
It's not like
I get it.
Okay. Let's get into that wagon. Let's get into the option Gary mentioned. I will reimburse you. I will get you some of the money back. Will you do that for everyone? Oh, and by the way, we are broke because the green freaks, they don't want us to use our oil. They don't want us to prosper. They don't want us to make money. So we are broke. We will spend more money. And now Gary's like, oh yeah, I will take it on. So what will happen, Gary? Will you give away like 50K of your salary into helping the people to sell their weapon to the government? I don't think so. So why do you tell one of your tenants in this case, oh yeah, I don't worry with the money, I will give you the money? Will you do that for everyone? If not, it's not equality. It's not everyone is treated the same way. It's not. It's hilarious and it's sad. It's frustrating to really see that. The elite, they think the pleb is stupid. And to be honest, I start thinking it as well.
But it's not the point. The point is, since 2000, my firearms, I have a huge safe here.
Yeah.
My firearms are locked up.
Right.
Okay? I reload. I make my own ammo.
What do you use it for? Tell me what you
I go to the range
Right.
and shoot.
Okay.
That's it. My other firearms I hunt.
Yeah.
Right? I have my pal. Obviously, you don't.
Yes.
I have my other pal as well.
Yeah.
Right?
Isbal, remember the license Gary didn't know about? At least this happened after Gary got grounded for not knowing it. At least now he knows his file better after his exchange with Andrew Lawton. But yeah, this is the clown show, the circus, the Marxist Carney circus right now.
I have to say, whoever that conservative guy was when you're in the house and you reverse in the role, you didn't look at it. But
That was bad. I know that. I know. But it's 3 weeks on the job, man. I've never.
What do you know about the system now? If you don't mind me asking.
I know a lot more. I'm not an expert on this. Right?
But
I'm
he's
not
the
an expert.
safety minister. It shouldn't
I
be
understand.
something he says on record like that.
When you let the genie out of the bottle,
Yeah,
it's very hard to put that cap back on and put the genie in there.
I get it. Yeah.
Right? And nobody wants, the government definitely doesn't want people to say, hey, we're turning things back, or the special interest group saying, hey, you're going back. No, it doesn't matter what happens in the world. The van incident on Young Street,
Yeah.
right? We're not banning white vans or banning people renting vehicles.
Yeah.
Impaired drivers, we're not, okay, we'll take their vehicles off.
I've also seen a great argument that people don't use, or I should say, let's reframe it. Some people end lives with hammers or knives. What's the next step? With bother the government, will they ban all knives and all hammers? Yeah, you can only be a cop to carry a hammer or a knife. I don't know how you will eat, but you will figure out, right? It's how ridiculous this is to ban weapons like that. It's always the people that should be punished, not the weapon, not the tool. Who's holding the tool? And I remember a clown defending how it's divided between the tool and the owner or the carrier. It was the most insulting and egregious thing I've heard. But hey, this is Parliament in Canada. And people wonder why the States, they think we are laughingstock. We are laughingstock. Nobody takes us seriously anymore. Open border. Safety minister doesn't know what ERPOL is, and that's his job. And the most egregious thing in this clip didn't happen yet. You may have known it if you were following politics when it happened, but let's hear more about that fabulous incompetence.
Road for a certain day will suspend you for a year, and you pay a fine.
Right.
I just don't understand that legal firearms owners
Yeah.
are a very, very small problem. And I will say this, are there legal firearms owners out there that have committed acts of domestic violence or suicide? Absolutely, it happens. And it happens, doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
Whether it's a van, whether it's a firearm, whether it's a knife. People with mental health issues will do things.
Yeah.
But you're gonna roll out this confiscation, I'm gonna call it, on Tuesday.
I will say the quiet part out loud. We have a mental health crisis going on. That's why we have crazy stuff happening. People are desperate. The media brainwashed them into their neighbor, like, wants to invade them, which is not the case. But hey, people are sick. They don't get the help. And as much as the internet gave the illusion we are closer to our communities, friends, and families, it's not the truth. It's very different behind the screen than in person. It's not the same thing at all. We no longer have the heat, the warmth, the closeness we used to have with other human beings. And that's why we have that mental illness thing. We also lack sun. Like it's the winter 6 months a year, folks. This is why Canada is sick. And as much as we have free healthcare, we don't have free psychologists, we don't have free psychiatrists, and even if that was free, look at our health system. It's broken. So even if it was free, do you really think we would have enough people to help everyone? Hell no. Hell no. And we are already dying underneath the taxes. Some people have 2 freaking jobs just to survive. It's crazy. Canada is cooked. Said it.
And what's the timeline?
It's a pilot in, where is it? Quebec, right?
Okay.
And then.
Will that please force it yes to it?
So I will get you up to speed. We are laughing at Gary. Now it's been like around 30 minutes. We are on Gary case. This is the second clip out of 4. And based on what I know about you, Michael, I think you follow closely politics. And I think you've seen that. But basically, we went over the moment Andrew Lawton told, oh yeah, Gary, what's the airtol? And Gary had no clues. It was the license to get a weapon, and he didn't know about the course. And then he was told, oh yeah, or I should say, Gary said, oh, I don't want a weapon, so I won't take the course. And what I was basically saying is, you're the safety minister. You should know that kind of stuff. It's basics. It's just looking professional. But right now, for the last 30-ish minutes, we are laughing at this incompetent that should be fired. And now what we are listening is the leaked footage you may have heard about, where he tells his tenant, yeah, there's a gun buyback project, and we will give you parts of the money you spend for your guns. And I said, if guns are dangerous, then we should ban knives and hammers, because it's also dangerous. I did my taxes and I paid 52% in 2025. Crazy, right? But free healthcare, folks. Wait 12 hours at the emergency room, but don't worry. Oh, there's also maid. If you don't want to wait 12 hours, you can go take maid. Can't believe what I'm saying. It's Canada. Canada is cooked. Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel you. And in Quebec, it's worse because we are the most taxed province. Never have. Wink. Well. Let's hear more about chaos in the final segment of this stream. After the 4 clips about Gary incompetence, will be the NDP leadership train wreck. That will be a funny one, I'm telling you. I'm dying to cover that. But yeah, let's play more of that.
The OPP said no.
Yeah.
Toronto Police said no.
Toronto Police hasn't said anything yet.
Okay, I just know somebody in Toronto.
Yeah.
So they're on the fence.
Yeah.
But anyways, even if the Chiefs of Police Association is saying this is not going to have a meaningful impact, probably less than 0.5% of legal people,
Right.
that probably shouldn't happen, right? I agree with that 100%. I think, so I have a firearms license,
Yeah.
Hunter does, Lisa does not.
Right.
She doesn't know the combination of the safe, she doesn't have access to anything. I think if the government would have mandated safe storage laws, like a way above and beyond what we have. Like I can have a firearm,
Right.
as long as it's not loaded, doesn't need a trigger lock, just leaning up against my wall, right?
So it's not
Provided it's non-restricted,
Right.
right? There's no ammunition, readily accessible. I think if you were mandated within whatever time frame that you must have a
Well. Let's look into the comment. I'm on Vancouver Island. Second most amount of taxes in Canada. Gas is $1.79 per liter. Oh my. I actually, on top of my head, without thinking, I think Quebec is paying more. Let me look into it.
A certified safe have to meet certain standards for you to have any restricted firearm, right? That way you eliminate someone breaking into my house, right, and saying, oh, it's just sitting here in a case. It's locked,
Let me take
but
that.
I can walk out the door in the case. If you mandated that, it would be a huge cost to a lot of us.
I'm surprised. You folks pay your oil more than us. Let me screen share that. I'm actually surprised, really. There we go. So us, it's 170. Very close. But you know the big difference? We are so green freaks. Well, you also in BC are green freaks, but even if we had oil, we wouldn't use it. Which is very similar to you guys. Well, let's hear more about Gary incompetence now. Let's swap to the right thing.
I mean, I think a proper firearm safe is not cheap. I think mine's like $7,500. I think if they would have gone that way and saying to eliminate the potential of domestic violence issues of somebody having access to or possible break and enters and those criminals now taking your legal firearm and using it for illegal purposes. Right.
You know, we are already not so safe as a country. Imagine if they know people are unarmed now. All the break-ins will just increase. And this is what the tenant is saying, and it makes sense. If they know some people do have guns and they still dare to do such things, Canada is a circus. Again, the liberals and their psyops, disgusting. Anyway, let's play more.
I think you would have had the firearms community on board with that. Ultimately, what the government's done in the last 5 years is made criminals out of the most vetted. I have a criminal background check on me every single day. If I get into an argument with Lisa, my firearms are gone.
Yeah.
If I forget a piece of paper going to my range and I already get stopped, right? I go to prison. I have to leave my house, put myself in my truck, and I have to drive right from here, right to the range. I can't stop for gas. That's what I'm driving the Audi. So like I can't even deviate. I can't stop for gas. I don't stop for lunch because the laws state I have to go from here to there, back. So we're not the problem. So as the Minister of Public Safety, what do you think may have done better? I mean, it's being rolled out anyway.
Look, I'll tell you, if I were to redo this from the beginning, like I'm picking up where it was left off, right? And
But you have the power to roll back.
But this is the mandate I was given by Carney to.
Folks, this is it. This is the mandate given by Carney. So the reason why we have such an incompetent safety minister is because he is a yes man that will say yes to anything from Daddy Carney, folks. And I feel like we had that for years now with the liberals. It's like people very friendly to the prime minister that get these cushy jobs with like 50K more a year, 100K in some cases. This is why they are doing it. And it's disgusting. And again, based on what I heard about this CEO Carney, well, even if Gary tried to say something, CEO Carney would just disregard it, because CEO Carney doesn't give a crap about constituent. He doesn't give a crap about democracy. I'm reading values right now. It's disgusting. It's sickening. I cannot wait to have finished that disgusting book, to cover it and to react to it on streams. But values is awful, and it's Carney, like the way he thinks. Awful individual. I can't believe people still vote for the guy. People should read that book, and if they are not crazy socialists, they will never vote for Carney ever again after reading that book. I'm telling you, this is what's going on. People don't know Carney. That's why we elected the guy. Anyway, let's play more of incompetence from Gary and why he should be fired.
Complete this.
Because you guys look like fools rolling, like stepping back.
And
Not the first time, not the last time. He looks like
that's
fool.
my objective, right? Just to put an end to this and move on with other additional criminal justice tools, including on bail, including on increasing penalties for people who have
Censorship.
illegal and unlicensed firearms. So really the things that we're already going to be doing. But
This is not new. This has been happening for over a decade.
I'll tell you, the going forward, it'll be a different approach. Okay, this is completing something that was started 5 years ago.
They try to have it both ways. They are new government, yet they push something that was started 5 years ago. Poking holes. Oh, and by the way, aren't they the ones saying, Pierre Poilievre is mini Trump, it's Trump-like guy and was importing USA politics in Canada, the liberals, who created a gun buyback that was somewhat successful in a lot of blue states in the USA. The Democrats. Liberals are taking their playbook right down from the Democrats and the Australian version of our far left socialist party. Anyway, this is what's going on. They pretend they are new. It's the same crowd. Just a different clown in charge.
So that,
But
frankly,
as the minister, you could sit down with Mark and say, listen, there's something we need to address these core issues.
we've had all these conversations. Like I've had for the last 4
And Carney
months,
doesn't
been
care because Carney only
constant
wants what Carney wants.
discussions on this to see what's next, right? And the conclusion is let's finish this because we committed to it in the campaign.
But campaign promises have always been broken in the past. So why must you go through on this one?
There's look,
Just say it.
Sean, the Quebec,
You know what's wrong.
Quebec, for example, is in a very different place in Ontario, right?
We're talking about Canada. It's federal. This is not.
I get it. I get it.
I am from Quebec, and we were always anti-gun. And that's why we lost the war against the English. And that's why we are colonized by you guys, the rest of Canada. It's because we tried to fight your guns with pitchforks and like farmer tools. This is exactly what's going on. We ate guns like forever. So of course it's for Quebec. And of course it's for the 44-ish MPs in Quebec. Like, finger crossed, Terrebonne flips. Because again, I said it in the last stream, Terrebonne is a bloc stronghold. So if they campaign well, the bloc can take back their rightfully defended seat. So yeah, Quebec is hilarious. To have like 8 million people influence so much the political landscape for 41 million. It's crazy. But hey, it's politics in Canada, right? Too much power in Quebec. I really want to separate. Maybe if Quebec separates, the rest of Canada is safe because it's the end of the Liberal government.
Quebec is in a different place than other parts of Canada, right? And this is something that is very much a big deal for many of the Quebec electorate that voted for us, right? And that's one of the major things. I think it's. I'm sure you've seen these articles where people have said, this is one of the things we should not execute, like as a change from Trudeau's policies. But we've made the decision to go ahead.
They know it's bad. They don't want to enforce it to make us even more broke.
You have a minority government right now.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of moving pieces on the chessboard. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're worried about the longest undefended border, between Canada and the United States, and we know where the firearms are coming from.
Yeah.
And more than 95% are traced back to our
US, absolutely, 100%, 100%. Like I brought it up to Secretary Noem. I met her a week and a half ago in London, right? And I said, and then she was actually surprised because she didn't know.
Right. Evil people living do evil.
The secretary didn't know that. Why am I not surprised? These ministers, its crony is at its peak. It's crazy. All of these folks, because they are loyal to the Carney CEO Corporation of Brookfield. Wow. Well, thank you, Van. Hopefully the puppy is doing well. Doberman. I see the point now of your name. I like it. Nice puppy. Anyway, it's hilarious. Really, we got these people that don't know their own files, and it seems like a recurring thing with this liberal government in power. None of them know their job, their file, and what they should know. Crazy, right?
Evil things. Yeah. And there's nothing that you or I or anyone else can do to prevent that, because you can't fix what you don't know.
Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%. But
listen,
ultimately,
the commitment I can make to you, Sean, is that going forward, we'll have much better.
No, you're going to turn me into a criminal here, because I'm not going to turn mine in. I'm telling you right now. I refuse to.
Yeah. And that's fine. Look, I'm not going to argue with you on it.
No, you just send the police to my house.
I'm not going to send the police.
Well, no, but the police will come to my house at some point, because what's registered, they know who I am.
Yeah.
They know where I live. They know where they are. They're locked up in my safe.
Yeah.
I'm going to refuse to hand them in.
Right.
They're going to come in, rip open my safe, right? Take those firearms, put me in handcuffs.
I doubt very much it's going to go that far. This.
Absolutely. Because when you've given a man,
He doubts it will go this far. Are you kidding me? It's like the perfect line, trust me, bro. It gives the exact same feeling. Don't worry, they won't do it. Yeah, sure. A government that wants to jail you for memes on social media won't jail you for having guns. Sure, buddy. Sure. Trust me, bro. And yet these liberal, if they end up finding my stream, they will say, oh, another conservative that complains. Well, I can't understand how these liberal think. It's beyond my understanding. How is it good for them? They know they pay the same prices for groceries. I just don't understand. Some of them have the stupid mindset, oh, if it's Pierre Poilievre, it will be worse. Do you know? Did you elect the guy? No. But you did elect like 11 years of liberals. Anyway, let's play more.
As the minister, that these firearms were no longer allowed to be in these people's possession.
Yeah.
And you have.
Okay, I will come and bail you out if that happens.
Okay,
I will. You call me.
I don't want to be able to, Gary, but now I have a criminal record. Now I have a criminal record. Are you going to pardon me?
That I can. I don't have the power to do that,
But
yeah.
I'm going to have a criminal record.
I
Which means I'm going to lose my job.
Sean, it's not going to go that far. Like, that's be.
Trust me, bro.
Well, I don't know, Gary.
Municipal, I just don't think municipal police services have the resources to do this.
Even at this, we don't have the
How many
resources.
billions of dollars in debt are we? Right? You're just going to keep adding to the debt.
The liberal way, print more
How much do you
money.
guys think this is going to cost? Realistically.
The budget for this was 742 million.
740 to $750 million.
That was the budget.
That's the budget. So let's double it. Let's be honest.
No, it won't.
You know why he says let's double it? I can bet the price he gave doesn't even cover an entire province of gun owners. Maybe I exaggerate, but like, you need to pay the cops to collect the weapon, and you need to pay the gun owner. So whatever 700 million, it goes down fast. Because you will pay like a cop, what, $30, $40 an hour to collect these weapons, and you will pay each weapon 1,000, for example, if we really eyeball it. Really, these liberals, they can do because this country doesn't think for themselves. They let CBC tell them what to think. This is what's going on here.
We won't go that far. We're capping it. That's it. We're not.
Oh, so let's say, so you take the farms you said was it New Brunswick?
Yeah.
You start with them.
No, it's
Sorry, no, so you start with them at whatever the cost that is.
Yeah.
And you work across the country, however way you want to roll the program. I mean, Alberta, Danielle, she's really time to go F yourself. At
Fact.
one point you say, okay, at $750 million, sorry, do you say, okay, we ran out of money, so we'll take yours, but you guys can still take yours if you ran out of money.
It's a capped buyback, right? It's voluntary.
It's not voluntary.
It's voluntary. Okay?
How is it voluntary? I do not want to give it to you.
Okay. Then that's your prerogative, right?
But the consequence is for not following your directive, I have to go to jail.
There's a pattern. When a liberal is running out of steam, when they run out of ideas on what to say, what to add to the discussion, what do? They lie, they gaslight. They try to say something to lead the discussion to another way because they're like cornered and they don't like it. They don't like it. That's exactly what's going on right now. It's sad. What kind of person watches this and thinks it's a good idea to elect Gary again? So this is really like, I'm saying this very loud and clear. People vote a party, not the people. Otherwise, we wouldn't have that many incompetent in charge. It's voluntary. Yeah, exactly. It's voluntary, but you're in jail if you don't comply. That reminds me, like, I will overshare here, but sometimes my wife is like that. Do this. And I'm like, I don't seem like a choice. And she's like, you do have a choice, but do it. It's the same feeling. It's hilarious. Woman, sometimes, right? This country is cooked. I don't have anything else to say. It's cooked.
You want money back?
I don't want money back. I want
good.
I legally can own. I've been able to use for years. I have no
Totally
issues
voluntary.
with the regulations surrounding them.
Yeah.
So I have so let's look at my AR.
Yeah.
It's a .223 caliber semi-automatic rifle.
Yeah.
Okay? I cannot use it for hunting.
Mm.
I can only use it at the
Let's
range.
go up. I gotta get this.
Yeah. But I also have a .223 bolt action rifle that I can use for hunting.
Okay.
Exact same round, same velocity. The only thing different is the action.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm limited to a 5-round magazine. I'm limited to a 5-round magazine in my bullpen. Nothing's different.
Right.
It's a few bad actors who have done really horrible.
With that gun buyback, will they reimburse you bullets as well, or they are too cheap because they are running out of money? So you purchase your gun, you purchase the ammo, and then they take it all back, but they don't give you money back for the ammo. So you're like with the box of ammo, and that box of ammo will just, I don't know, try to sell it back to our American friends because they are not a totalitarian country, unlike what CBC says. Let's play more.
Things, and do we need to tighten up, the power laws?
Listen, if I told you, if I were to redo this one, like from scratch, right, I would have a very different approach.
What do you think you should implement if you could start from scratch?
Yeah.
What would be the first thing you would do?
What I would do is
He doesn't know what the turtle is.
Already working on, right? So I think on firearms possession without a license, illegal firearms.
He said Fraser is working on it. Do we really need to pay 2 ministers to work on a failed gun buyback initiative? Do we really need to waste that kind of money? We are bleeding money. We are bleeding resources, yet we have two MPs on that. Hilarious. Canada is a clown show. I'm telling you.
They're kind of anyone caught with it or caught close to it should face jail time.
We're going to house all these guys there. You don't have the space. So let's start there.
Well,
so that's not going to work.
Well, that's one of the things we need to do, right?
So we're talking a 1-year term to start building all these prisons.
No, it's not.
So
No, but right now,
More
they're not-
Brookfield,
the
folks.
consequences are not there.
They will build a
How
prison
about
for
this?
you.
For the JPs
Yeah.
that let these guys out on bail repeatedly, how about we hold the JPs accountable? But you can't, because under C-75, you said release onerous restrictions.
Those are being changed. Those will be changed.
Yeah, but how many strikes do we have to give them before we actually do something?
That's going to be changed.
Right? So I know if I leave my house with a firearm, and whether it's restricted or non-restricted, if I don't follow the storage laws and transportation laws, right, I go to jail. Now, will I get released? Most likely.
Yeah.
Most likely. I don't have a criminal history. It was an error on my part, but I know the rules and regulations.
Convictions happen every year for something like this, for not having the paperwork.
That I don't know. I'm going to say very few. Because
I'll get those numbers.
Right.
I
I'm going to say
don't know
they're
either,
probably
but-
very, very few because we know what we have to do.
Yeah.
And we know the consequences by not following everything from A to Z.
Yeah.
Right? No, if I walk into my house with a firearm, I grab a shotgun and I'm just going to walk to my house. I don't have it in case. Most likely, someone's going to call the police saying, hey, there's a guy walking around the neighborhood with a firearm. They're going to come and investigate, right? And say, hey, there's something, you're legitimate, you're legal, you have your paperwork, you've got your PAL, you're doing everything. But something, because you've created a concern in the community, they can actually charge us that.
Yeah. Even though you're licensed and everything.
Yeah. But nowhere in storage or transportation laws say I have to have it cased. Right? Now, I don't, when I move firearms to my safe, my truck, I bring my truck up here, right?
So the worry there is really like now you create a fear culture around the gun, but it's very typical of the liberal. I mean, they just won an election on fear, and now they really aim to get that majority on fear again. But this is the kind of climate the liberal are creating. Let's fearmonger the people with the bad guns, even if we only had a few bad actors with license. Because most of the guns, again, that's been said. Even Gary there agrees that most of the crimes are done by people that got illegal weapons. That was something they said earlier. They created the fear. Yes, exactly. This is how they fuel their base. This is how they fuel the base. It's sad. Canada is full of sheeps.
Number one, I don't want people knowing what I have.
Yeah.
Right? The less people know what I have, no one's going to say, hey, that guy's got guns, they break into your house. Right? We have to be smart as firearms owners.
Listen, man, I gotta get going.
All right.
I have to pick up my daughter. Listen, I appreciate you, Sean. I will.
Not looking forward to your announcement on Tuesday.
I know, but cut me some slack, okay?
Well, something, Gary? Hold your feet to the fire. We are.
Yeah.
Cut me some slack.
I mean,
this is what he
ultimately
said.
on election time, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, we had one 5 minutes ago.
Yep. Go.
Take care.
All right, drive.
Yeah, cheers.
We should always can. So
Take care.
all right, appreciate everything, and we'll talk
I'll
soon.
follow up.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Minister, with all those accompanying you. Thank you for your time.
So that was the big drama that sparked so many question on question period. Now we will cover a third clip on Gary, and this is 3 out of 4 because I collected some great Gary times. So let's cover the next Gary clip now.
So hope safety and emergency preparedness. Welcome back, Tricia Geddes, the Deputy Minister, and Sébastien Aubertin-Giguère, the Associate Assistant Deputy Minister, for this invitation. And let me just acknowledge that we're gathered here on the traditional unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people. It is becoming abundantly clear that the world is becoming more dangerous and divided. The order that underpinned global prosperity for decades is undergoing a profound transformation driven by geopolitical
divided, but the conservatives, they are dividing the people.
These changes mean the threat landscape Canada faces is rapidly evolving.
Actively seeking to exploit vulnerabilities in this shifting landscape. Their goal? To undermine our society and advance their own interests. Canadians expect their government to protect their democracy and uphold Western democratic principles. That includes ensuring fair, transparent elections. Our approach is working. The integrity of the most recent federal election was not compromised by foreign interference.
It's hilarious. Wait, that line.
Comprehensive election security framework.
Did we just forget about Joe Tay? So basically, we had a story, I think it was March, right around the corner, right after Carney got elected, not so long after the snap was called. Basically, what happened, we had Paul Chiang, a liberal candidate at that point, was saying, oh yeah, someone should collect a bounty on Joe Tay, my opponent, because he was critical to China. But that's not foreign interference, right? It's not. No, it's not. By the way, there was also another very sketchy case where we got a family of a Canadian that was in China, and they were held hostage until the guy dropped out. But no, now the liberal are like, oh, there was no interference. What about all of the stupid mistakes like the Terrebonne riding, where someone mailed in the ballot the right way, but their vote didn't get count because the election Canada is filled with incompetence again? It's Every institution in Canada is broken. It's broken. Now I understand why so many people need maids. We broke Canada. We broke people. Anyway, let's play more of that BS. And the more divided, the more divided. I'm so tired of hearing it. They're better not saying the conservative are the one that divide. Carney, I never heard him speaking about unity outside of the opposition need to team up with us. He never spoke of unity in a way the province should all stay together. You know who's saying that? Pierre Poilievre. And that kind of backfires because now some of the independent people are like, oh, Pierre Poilievre doesn't stand with Alberta. He's so disconnected. Folks, if he tries to say he doesn't want Alberta to stay, that will give ammo to the media. And let's be honest, there's no Conservative Party of Canada if Alberta leaves. It's the same thing. If Quebec leaves, there's no Liberal Party. You know what could be interesting? If both Alberta and Quebec leaves, wow, that'd be weird. Maybe we would have the most fair election ever for the rest of Canada that's left. The 8 provinces and 3 territories. Anyway, let's hear more of that psyop that Gary is leading here.
Including continuous intelligence monitoring and assessment
Let's flood
of
our
foreign
market with
interference
EVs
threats
full of spywares
throughout the election period.
It's taken steps to ensure existing measures against foreign interference are effective and to take other measures where necessary. At the same time, it is critical that we maintain transparency and accountability. Throughout the last election period, Public Safety Canada and Elections Canada, along with national security agencies including CSIS, CSC, the RCMP, worked in constant coordination. That collaboration was critical in the successful defense of our democratic process in the last general election. Our agencies worked to detect covert foreign interference activities, as well as monitor foreign state actors who would seek to undermine public confidence in Canadian democracy. Additionally, for the first time during a federal election, the Security and Intelligence Threats to Elections Task Force provided weekly technical briefings to the media that helped sensitize and educate Canadians about the threats that could impact the election. In short, our election infrastructure and systems were constantly protected. Je le répète, nos mesures de protection ont fonctionné.
And I'll reiterate, our safeguards functioned as
The snippets of French I heard from Gary is awfully bad. I respect so much the translator because they put out that kind of terrible French. It's insulting. It's insulting, really. It's hilarious. Quebec people, watch that. Tell me if you still want to stay in Canada after that. We are cooked.
Designed, and the integrity of the federal election was not compromised.
Foreign interference threat, a non-partisan process called the Critical Election Incident Public Protocol, established in 2019, is in place to inform Canadians. Even in non-election periods, our government and our national security partners remain steady. Our environment is constantly evolving. Threats have become more sophisticated, more covert, and more persistent. We continue to examine our approach and to seek improvements, striving for more efficient detection and greater transparency. We have made significant progress. That includes advancing work to bring Foreign Influence Transparency and Accountability Act into force. This act strengthens transparency regarding foreign influence activities, notably by naming Anton Bogman as a Foreign Influence Transparency Commissioner, who will oversee the upcoming Foreign Influence Transparency Register. As you may be aware, Mr. Chair, I tabled on.
They keep speaking about the registry, and it's been 6 or 7 years. They're like, we will have a registry, And it's kind of funny because a few months ago, I think it was like January, early January, when they came back, they were like, oh, early spring. And the opposition was like, but this is what you've been telling us for like 6 years now. That registry is important. The UK have it. And our banker that adores so much censorship and the EU, he should at least copy that from the UK. That's probably the only things done right there. Anyway, let's hear more.
Monday, the name of Mr. Bogman as a proposed commissioner for this registry. The Act also established an administrative monetary penalty regime to support enforcement and discourage violations. On January 2nd, proposed regulations to implement the Act were published online for public consultations. Those consultations closed earlier this week. The proposed regulations identify the information to be collected and published about foreign influence activities, set out administrative monetary penalties of up to $1 million, and establish how we will work with partners at all levels of government to uphold the Act. I want to reassure all Canadians and my honourable colleagues that the establishment of the registry remains a top priority. These are delicate and complex mechanisms that require deliberate and careful implementation. Equivalent systems in the Five Eyes took over 2 years to fully implement. We are very much on track. These key initiatives make foreign influence transparent and safeguard the integrity of Canadian democracy. The threat of foreign interference is complex. Standing up these measures is being done with both urgency and care. It is only through robust, careful planning that we will continue to be able to detect and manage these threats. We're committed to continuing our work of strengthening democratic resilience during elections and at all times. This means remaining alert, adapting to new, rapidly evolving threats, and protecting Canadians. Canada's democracy is strong, and we will continue taking.
It's so strong, we had the same incompetent party for 11 years. So each time I hear, oh, Canada democracy is strong. Folks, we are not the USA. As much as you will bash the USA all day, every day, let's look at the facts. In the last 32 years, they had 18 years with Republican, 14 years with Democrat. And it's like that only because the Republican now have been in power for 2 years. Now, let's just compare that with Canada. 32 years. Once again, guess what? We had 9 years of conservative, 23 years of liberals. So don't get me starting speaking about democracy. Ours is shattered and broken. Hell, just to have competition, we need like 4 parties that are far left to even give a small chance on the right to just secure opposition seats. And even there, the media are all over the opposition instead of doing their job to criticize the government because the government pays them too much. But yeah, it's a democracy, right? With the propaganda to pit Canada against the USA because big, bad arrangement, bad. Disgusting. Each time I hear a liberal speaking of democracy, it makes me cry and laugh at the same time. And I'm also angry. All of these feelings.
Action to protect it. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you, Minister. I will now turn to Mr. Cooper for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, what country is the most active perpetrator of foreign interference targeting our elections and democratic institutions?
Mr. Cooper, I think that's a question best posed to our director from CSIS.
Is safety.
Mr. Chair, through you, we've called out publicly in the past China, Russia, India.
China, Russia, India.
Thank you for that. And I would note that
China, Russia, India. Out of 3, we want to align ourselves with 2 of them. And the third one is a boogeyman to replace Trump with Ukraine. But he said it. CSIS said it in committee. China is a threat. Yet we cozy up and we give visas for Canadian to travel in China without visas or whatever. You know, if there's a liberal that goes there, maybe they can keep the guy there. I'm fine with it. Less liberal voters. They're the ones that want to travel to China without visa. Anyway, let's play more. Cooper is always solid. I like it.
ANSACOP in June 2024 identified the People's Republic of China as the biggest perpetrator of foreign interference, as did Madam Justice Hogue, as did CSIS as recently as July of 2025. So in the face of that, and given that we know, and this is to the minister, that the Beijing-based communist regime has engaged in transnational repression, targeting members of Chinese diaspora communities in Canada. It is a regime that has surveilled, harassed, and intimidated members of these communities. And in doing so, it has shown no respect for Canada's sovereignty and has actively threatened the safety and security of Canadians. So given all of that, how could the Prime Minister possibly have thought it was in Canada's interests to strike a deal to pursue cooperation with the Beijing dictatorship on matters of law enforcement? Minister?
The Prime Minister has outlined on a number of occasions, and most recently and more comprehensively in Davos. We are living in times that are unprecedented, one where Canada needs to broaden its relationships. We are the closest partner to the United States. However, we know that the situation...
we don't act like it.
Minister, is the PRC a rule of law state? Is it a rule of law state?
If I may just... If you will give me the time, I will respond to your question.
My time is very limited, so I'm asking you, is the PRC a rule of law state? Yes or no?
So, Mr. Cooper, I think to your previous question, the Prime Minister has clearly outlined the need for us to expand trade, including,
I'm asking you about
with countries
pursuing cooperation on law enforcement. So, is it a rule of law state? Yes or no?
Well, Mr.
Does
Cooper,
it have an independent judiciary? Yes or no? These are straightforward questions. Yes or no?
Mr. Cooper, I'm not here as a foreign policy expert, nor
Minister,
an expert on China.
It is obvious that Beijing is not a rule of law state. They don't have an independent judiciary. Do they have civilian oversight of the police in Beijing?
Mr. Cooper, to your...
Do they respect human rights? Does the Beijing-based communist regime respect human rights? Yes or no?
Mr. Cooper, if you wish for me to answer the question, I will give you a proper answer. As the Prime Minister has clearly outlined, both at Davos and in many other speeches, there is a need for Canada to expand its trading partners. China is one of them.
China I didn't ask you a question about trading partners. I asked you about cooperation on matters of law enforcement.
Mr. Cooper.
You know, it's frustrating. I watched that, and again, it's coming from a conservative right now, so take it the way you want. I think it's insulting. 2 or 3 yes or no questions, none of them were answered by yes or no. Word salons. This is what a liberal do. Word salons. Because they don't take the voter seriously. They know the voter don't think and they will vote them again. The country can burn. We can have a Canadian citizen being kidnapped and jailed by the CCP over China. And people also vote the liberal in power. And I know the conservative also use the CCP, or I should say the China Communist Party to their advantage in the past, but it's mostly the liberal that benefited from that close relationship. It's mostly them. Let's be honest there. Anyway, it's ridiculous. Then they pretend, these liberals, they tell you, oh, the conservative, they do obstruction. What are you doing right now, Gary? You're saying I'm just a safety minister. I can't answer that. I can't answer that. You answer it. Deflection. Trying to direct the discussion elsewhere. This is what they are doing. So as much as the liberals keep saying everyone and telling everyone, the conservative, they block us, they obstruct us, the liberals also have their share of blame in the obstruction of what should be simple, a yes or no question. It's sickening. They get away with it because Canadians are stupid.
If I can intervene here just for a second, and we'll pause your time. this is a very serious issue, and members have the right to be passionate about this. Just keeping in mind our interpreters, just be careful. It is your time. You are correct. Just if we could be careful of talking.
I won't lie here. I don't agree with Chris Biddle at all in general because he's a liberal. But based on what I've seen from the guy, he is one of the best chair the liberal have. I respect a lot Chris Bridle. I disagree with his policies, his party, but this guy is a stand-up guy when it comes to chairs and MPs. I think he's solid. That one deserves a cabinet position of some sort because he has far more integrity than whatever Gary is trying to convey in the last hour. We've been talking about Gary incompetence. Let's play more.
Over one another.
So does Beijing respect human rights? Yes or no?
Simple question.
What I will say is that Canada is at a crossroads right now. There's a need and an imperative for Canada.
Has nothing to do with the question.
Relationships, and Canada can do both. Canada could protect and speak out on human rights at the same time.
Minister, I asked you 4 questions, straightforward questions, of which the answer is no. Beijing communist regime is not a rule of law state.
Point of order.
Oh, look.
I mean,
liberals, they try to obstruct again.
Thank you. Chair, I want to listen to the conversation, but we can't have a conversation if we're speaking over each other. We can't even hear the answer.
There's no answer.
They don't give answer.
We have a conversation or we don't.
Thank you so much. Just reinforcing what I say. We did pause your time, Mr. Cooper, but please keep. You have 2 minutes left. Same or
different point of order.
Different point of order. Yes, go ahead.
The committee actually agreed that we would have 2 meetings on the implementation of the Foreign Influence Transparency Registry. For that purpose, invite the Minister of Public Safety. I have a hard time understanding how Mr. Cooper's questions have anything to do with what this committee agreed to actually do.
With the greatest of respect to Mr. Wilkinson, who I have respect for, it seems that he must have missed the testimony of Mr. Tay, among others, who have been targeted by the Beijing-based communist regime. And here we have a government, your government, that is entering into cooperation on matters of law enforcement with a regime that is engaged in transnational repression, including in our elections.
I appreciate the intervention. Generally, when the minister is here, there is a latitude, but we have Mr. Cooper is correct in terms of I do believe this is relevant, but there is generally more latitude given.
Again,
so
Chris Bridle
is delving into debate, but we will turn back to Mr. Cooper.
Chair, the PRC is not a rule of law state. They don't have an independent judiciary. They don't have civilian oversight of law enforcement. They don't respect human rights. They're actively perpetrating genocide, among other crimes against humanity. And the fact that the minister couldn't answer no to all of those questions illustrates the degree to which this government, under this prime minister, is prepared to downplay and whitewash the serious interference in human rights abuses, among other outrageous conduct by a brutal dictatorship, all in the name of his new strategic partnership with that brutal dictatorship. So, Minister, given that your government is engaging in greater cooperation or is moving in that direction with the Beijing regime on matters of law enforcement, what assurance can you provide that cooperation with Beijing will not lead to facilitating intimidation, coercion, surveillance of Canadians, particularly members of diaspora communities who are being targeted by Beijing under the guise of law enforcement?
So, Mr. Cooper, the MOU that you reference with respect to the RCMP has critical significance for Canada. As you're aware, issues around fentanyl, for example, is something that is of great interest to Canada.
Here's the playbook right now in full display. Gary doesn't answer the question. He gives a very long word salad to waste time, so he doesn't answer anything and he pretends to do his job. This is like filibustering right now. What the Liberal keep blaming the Conservative for doing in committee. And just saying, it's kind of hilarious. Look at that. Look at that face. This is a priceless face. He knows he's full of crap.
Canada to ensure that we curtail fentanyl and precursors in particular coming through our ports from places like China are critically important. And the MOU addresses greater cooperation with respect to law enforcement on issues of critical interest to us. The notion of our national security is again embedded.
Is that there are no safeguards.
Mr. Cooper, if you're giving me a preamble and allowing me, if it's a point of order, if I may. If you're giving me a longer preamble and not allowing me to answer the question, Mr. Cooper, that's really not constructive in a conversation as sensitive as this. Okay, Minister. So if you're taking time to give me a set of facts,
how hypocrite! How was Gary
context in
constructive?
Which I'm addressing this matter?
Minister, I appreciate you were a committee member for many years, but as a witness, you cannot raise a point of order. But that being said, we are well over 6 minutes, so we will turn to Mr. Wilkinson, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the witnesses for appearing. Maybe just starting with, in the design of the Act, I'm assuming that we looked at other international comparators. So, are there similar kinds of registries that exist in other democratic countries? What best practices did we take in the design of our Act?
Thank you. And look, when the Act was developed, we looked at a number of different options, particularly from Five Eyes G7 partners, who some of them have had a similar Act for many decades. In fact, Canada is somewhat at the later stage of development of these Acts. So we learned a fair bit from that. And as we developed at the implementation stage, so there's three elements to it. The first being the appointment of the commissioner, which we're at the end of that process. We had last week started consulting with the opposition and parties both in the House and the Senate. I formally tabled the name of the proposed commissioner on Monday. We look forward to a vote on this matter in both houses. This is coupled by consultation of our draft regulations, and we received a fair number of feedback on a range of issues, particularly on the monetary penalties. So we're looking into to finalizing that over the next several weeks. And the third element is establishing and making sure that we have a functional data collection ability. Again, that work is happening. On the administrative side, finding the office, making sure it has requirements, the renovation that's required, all of that is happening in parallel. So we're hoping within the next early spring, we will be able to have both the office as well as the registry fully operational.
I paused here, and I wanted to say this. So, again, spring, but they had talks for years for that. And the other thing to address here is, take a look. Now he gave a proper answer to a question, because the question came from his own party. The only moment you get the truth out of a liberal is when another liberal asks them a question because they already have a good, sound answer to a softball being thrown at them that can actually promote the party. This is what's going on. So let's hear more about what's going on there.
Great, thank you. Obviously, the role of the commissioner is going to be an important role, given how important foreign interference is. Maybe you can just speak to Mr. Boegman's background and why he was the right choice.
Thank you, and Mr. Wilkinson, you being from British Columbia, as well as Mr. Van Popta, I think you would appreciate the caliber of Mr. Boegman. He has served as Chief Elections Commissioner in British Columbia. I believe he is, on top of that, he has been involved with a number of issues around foreign interference in British Columbia, which has in the past, there's been some challenges. He has run 3 general elections, conducted 3 general elections and 12 by-elections. Previously, he served in other roles within Elections British Columbia. He is fully bilingual, someone who, by all accounts, is unimpeachable and who is of high integrity. So we wanted to make sure that the individual who's named as commissioner will have the confidence of Canadians, will have the administrative ability to establish a new registry and functionalities of this commission, and be able to be another additional and important safeguard to our democracy.
Thank you. As I understand it, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the commissioner's office is to be housed.
Again, each time I hear a liberal mentioning democracy, especially here in Canada, it rubs me off the wrong way. Our democracy isn't functional. It's a laughingstock. The world stage thinks we are not cases. Now, at least he gave a proper answer, but once again, it's a softball thrown by someone of his own party. I just wished we had that kind of response when it was the opposition. Maybe my hatred for the liberals wouldn't be that big. But my hatred for them is really because they don't want accountability and they don't want to answer to anything they do wrong. And they've been in power for 11 years. If that was really a brand new government, like they all keep saying and gaslighting you, maybe I would feel otherwise. But now we had 11 years of that trap. And the Emergency Act, that was another insult to our democracy and our Charter of Rights. Anyway, let's play more.
Within public safety, but is to operate independently from the department and the minister. Can you just tell me a little bit about how that will work and also why that model was chosen?
Look, we have a number of different agencies, like we have the portfolio agencies, CSIS, CBSA, RCMP, and so on, that are independent agencies. Then we have what I would consider to be smaller focused agencies, so Parole Board of Canada, the Office of the Correctional Investigator, and we're adding the Commissioner onto that slate of commissions. They act fully independently of public safety, although the reporting will happen through public safety and me as minister. They're independent in all ways, in every manner. The funding of it, again, they seek funding authorities independently. We support them on an administrative basis. We would support them, but we have a number of models where it has worked exceptionally well. And my role as minister and Deputy Minister Geddes would be to support them without directing them in any way.
Do I still have time? Okay. So the commissioner and the act are one piece of efforts to counter foreign influence. But maybe you can just talk to me about how it fits in the broader context, because obviously there are a number of other pieces there.
Pieces as part of the election cycle, as you're aware. So during elections, we have our portfolio leaders as well as PCO that meet regularly and that report on a weekly basis to Canadians, and we've seen that over the last election cycle. We also have ongoing work of particularly CSIS, and Dr. Rogers will be more than glad to outline the ongoing work that they do along with the RCMP.
Thank you so much. We'll now turn to Madame Normandin. 6 minutes.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. 6 minutes. Thank you. Thank you to the witnesses. Thank you to those who are here twice this week, even more. I'd like to hear your perspective on artificial intelligence and digital sovereignty. Earlier this week, we talked about the fact that there's an analysis done of metadata on foreign interference. So I imagine there's a huge amount of data to look at to identify whether there are threats from outside. I'd like to hear your perspective on where those data are stored. China! Are the data on servers that are in Canada only? And China! Another aspect, with so much data, I imagine we have to use artificial intelligence to analyze the data. If that's the case, what AI system are we using? Are they systems that already exist, or is there an in-house system that's private?
Merci, Madame Normandin, pour la question.
Thank you, Ms. Normandin, for the question.
Rogers to answer that. I know he has a fair bit of experience and is in the process of
again wasting time
processes right now. So Dan.
Oui, merci pour la question.
Wasting time.
Oh. Microphone, please.
Oh, le micro. Okay, désolé. Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question. For most of the data that are in our control,
that are in Canada within our facilities, very guarded and very secure, with access controls to make sure that it's limited to those who need to conduct investigations in order to access that data, which accounts for both privacy and security concerns. With respect to artificial intelligence, you're absolutely right. It's something that CSIS has to adopt. It's something we are currently adopting, and we have to do that in order to keep pace with our competitors and the overall environment to keep Canadians safe. We are doing that in accordance with some of the direction already set out for the federal public service, which includes making sure, like, there are a number of provisions in some of those policies issued by Treasury Board, which we've also adopted, including making sure humans are in the loop, making sure we have a gradual, responsible process for the rollout of AI, and making sure that we're looking at the processes within our AI systems to make sure that they're responsibly tested and validated before they're put into production use. We're still at a stage where all of the decision making within CSIS is overseen by humans. We're not in a zone where we're at risk of that for now, but we're continuing to implement.
Listen to that. I think we got a proper answer. And guess what? This is not a liberal. This is someone in that field of work that knows the job well and that has the intel, and he gave a proper answer. You see, liberals, it's not that hard. And I feel like Gary wasn't as disgusting toward the Bloc member because he knows some of the Bloc voters are actually swing voters that would most likely vote liberal if the Bloc wasn't a thing. And I know it because I'm from Quebec. I know what I'm talking about. My fellow Quebecers, they're all far left. Like, they should create the ultra left, like something further than far left. And this is where we would sit at. Anyway, let's play more.
I'd like to continue on that note. I'm thinking of different tools we use as parliamentarians on a daily basis. We use Outlook, and we know it belongs to the United States, and the databases are perhaps outside of Canada. The United States may have rights
but
of
the
access
USC are not
via the
are
Patriot Act,
our
Cloud Act.
enemies.
So what is your perspective on that aspect? Is there a cloud that is sovereign to Canada? Because Minister Solomon was questioned on this, and there isn't. If we use cloud services here, we know that we're potentially vulnerable via the United States or perhaps elsewhere too. Thank you once again. I can answer the question once again. But I'd like to say that officials from Treasury Board and Shared Services Canada would be a bit more able to answer this question regarding government plans.
Data sovereignty continues to be a concern when it comes to vulnerabilities that foreign states could take advantage of. It is certainly more secure and better to have data controlled within a Canadian legal context. That said, when data is held outside of a Canadian context, there are still measures that can be put in place to keep that data secure, including things like encryption, where encryption keys are held in Canada, access controls, auditing, and logging to make sure that that data, when accessed, we are aware of that access. So there are technical measures that can be put in place. For government data, as I mentioned earlier, Treasury Board and Shared Services Canada are better able to answer that. And specifically for CSIS in a classified environment with us, with Department of Defense and CSE and other high security environments like RCMP, we have special systems with special provisions to make sure that our most sensitive data is kept secure in Canada.
Now that we are in the cloud bandwagon, a great question spawned in my mind, and I can't remember if anyone pointed that one out in that committee. I wish they should. I wish they were. But here's what I wanted to share. What if our new deal with China includes us creating a cloud under their soil and their Chinese dome? That worries me so much. Do we share really, truly more intel with them than we should? Because if we create a cloud there, they have access to everything we are doing. They will know everything we are doing. We can't have that. Except if you're Mark Carney and you don't really care about Canada. It can burn and you won't care. Anyway, let's play more.
Thank you. A question for the minister. One of the problems we've seen is trade interference. We've seen China try to acquire Canadian companies of great importance. There's the issue of critical minerals in the north. I'd like to hear your perspective on the criteria that would allow us to limit purchases by China of Canadian companies. When it's China buying a company, it's not private companies buying, it's the government. So criteria like the size of the acquisition, the percentage of Chinese ownership, the industry, would that be at the basis of decisions? And why does it take so long for a decision to be made? Because often that's a problem. It takes a long time to block something in the name of national security.
Thank you. Very important question. The Investment Canada Act has a prescription in terms of foreign investment in Canada. So it is a robust process. So the first piece of it is undertaken by Industry Canada, Minister of Industry, and then it comes to public safety for review and comment. And if there are concerns, oftentimes we will seek additional time for us to undertake a thorough review. It doesn't always mean it's a rejection of the actual proposal. Oftentimes there's mitigation measures that are in place. It has been working, fairly effectively, and I know I recognize the frustrations in terms of time, but when we do make a negative decision, we have to be absolutely certain, and we take the time to do our due diligence in a very concrete way. I know Director Rogers, as well as the RCMP, are very much, along with public safety, are intricately involved in this process.
I'll cut you off there. We're
Again, I think this Gary actually answers the question. And I strongly believe he does that because it's a block member that asked the question. Because he knows a lot of these block people, they can flip red. Anyway, let's hear more.
well over. We'll turn back to Mr. Cooper for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, you've moments ago set down another stake in the ground, so to speak, in what is a moving goalpost with respect to getting the Foreign Influence Registry up and running. You say that it will be up and running in early spring, but I'll remind you of the timeline. Nearly 2 years ago, when the legislation to establish such a registry was before Parliament, your predecessor, Dominic LeBlanc, promised that the registry would be up and running before the federal election. That didn't happen. Then your government promised that it would be up and running by June of 2025. That didn't happen either. Then
China
you,
doesn't
Minister,
want it.
promised
That's
that it
why
would be
it's
up and
not
running
happening.
by December of 2025. That didn't happen. It's now February of 2026, and you've set down another timeline, another date. So given a record of making commitments that it would be up and running 3 times, 3 different dates, each time you missed the deadline, why should we have confidence that that's going to happen now?
Look, I share the frustration that you have in the delays involved
Lies,
in getting to this point.
gaslight,
but what I can assure this
speed up
committee
the
is
process.
that all the requisite work have been done, essentially complete. So with respect to the 3 elements I talked about, so the first one being the appointment of the commissioner, we have canvassed with your party, with the Bloc, along with recognized groups in the Senate. We have tabled a formal request, and we will have a vote on that in the near future.
Minister, I'm going to ask you to be a little clearer. When you say early spring, what is that? What does that mean? What is early spring?
So if I may just, I advise you on the first piece. The second piece is the
regulation.
regulation.
I don't
What
want
is
to
the latest
answer.
timeline? You've given months. So what is the month? Is it April? Is it May?
I'm not going to give you an exact month,
None.
Mr. Cooper, but I will say we are targeting, like the work has been done, right? So the first piece is the commissioner.
Well,
The second element is the regulations, which are ready to be
your government
finalized.
has dragged its feet, and I'll remind you that for years your government opposed and obstructed the creation of a foreign influence registry. Just before the 2021 election, then Conservative MP Kenny Chiu introduced a private member's bill to establish a foreign influence registry. As a result of his advocacy for a registry, MP Chiu was drowned by a sea of Beijing-directed disinformation, costing him his seat, disinformation that was amplified by the Liberal Party in Steveston, Richmond East. Only after Madam Justice Hoag's damning report did your government finally put forward legislation to establish such a registry, which the national security establishment has been calling for years. So after opposing and obstructing a registry, isn't it the case that the new strategy is one of endless delay by your government? Because if it was such a priority, it would surely be up and running now.
I would categorically reject your assertion on this, Mr. Cooper. What I will say is the commission itself, the initial Hoag inquiry was called by this government. When Prime Minister Carney formed government, it was a top priority for him. We've been identifying the appropriate commissioner. That name is now before the House. We have completed the work, essentially completed the work on the regulations. There's some recommendations, including from members of your party, that I'm taking into account, and I will revise before the final regulations are tabled. And then the system itself will be up and running. So my commitment to this committee and to all Canadians is that the registry will be up and running in the spring.
Minister, the registry's not in place, the office isn't open, and it's been more than 2 years. And your government talks a lot about obstruction, which is ironic because Conservatives worked with your government to get Bill C-70 passed expeditiously in the last Parliament. And what we have seen up until now is excuses, dragging your feet to get this important tool up and running in the face of very serious threats of foreign interference, including from hostile foreign states, foreign interference that you have now downplayed in this committee when you refuse to, first of all, identify the obvious, that being that the People's Republic of China is the biggest foreign interference actor and threat to our democracy, and your categorical refusal to state the obvious, that the Beijing-based communist regime is a perpetrator of human rights, doesn't respect the rule of law, doesn't have independent oversight over law enforcement, and now your government sees fit to do a deal on law enforcement with the Beijing-based communist regime. I don't know how Canadians could possibly have confidence in your government.
We're well over.
So I pause here. I really wanted them to finish that exchange. I have a big response to Gary saying that was Carney's top priority. You know what? It's full of BS. You know what was top priority? Censorship. They wanted to put censorship forefront before freaking addressing the true issues that matter. Instead of solving affordability crisis and issues, they flood the market with EVs. Instead of trying to patch up the conflict with the USA, the trade dispute, we deal with China. Carney is an awful politician. And just like Canadian Shield, that you may probably know if you're a conservative, just like what they said, Carney is a corporate raider. He's no politician. He sucks at it. He hates it. He wants people to kneel before him. Just like Zod, a freaking dictator. This is what we have in charge. And that also goes back to him trying to convince other conservatives to cross the floor. And hopefully in the next election, the conservatives are smarter and brighter, and they recruit people with values, grassroots people that will not flip the way Ma did, the way Dentremont did, and the way the General did. All of these street traitors are disgusting, and hopefully they will be voted out. Anyway, that clip has another 20 minutes. I see time flies, and there's a fourth Gary clip I want to cover. So we will cover the final Gary clip, and then after that we will dive deep into the Communist Party, the NDP party leadership. I've seen it twice, and it will be a third viewing, and my head will hurt. I will lose my sanity. But yeah, let's get into it. Let's get into the final Gary clip.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Minister, with all those accompanying you. Thank you for your time this afternoon. You have presented a positive balance sheet of your activities. We do not agree with all those statements. When we look at figures concerning your government, an 55% increase in crime, homicides 30%, sexual assault 76%, extortions up, car thefts up, car thefts and also on firearms related thefts have also increased. I think that your intervention is coming in late. Let me come back to firearms, Mr. Minister. You launched your ideological program for the confiscation of firearms. Unfortunately, you are once again targeting sports shooters, indigenous people, and hunters. In Quebec, we have about 300,000 hunters, 3.3 million people throughout Canada. And 91% of crimes committed using firearms are committed using illegal firearms, whereas hunters, sports shooters, indigenous people, as you very well know, are people who have the required permits. Not only there's that, you have provided 750 million for buybacks, first come, first served, and we know to what extent many people will lose money. You also made the statement saying that you do not believe in the program, that if it were to be done again, you would do it another way. And you said you had tried to convince the Prime Minister to do something else and you failed. Are you denying or confirming the fact that you made those statements?
Merci, Madame Vienne, pour la question.
Thank you, Madame Vienne, for the question.
Just address that this program has been launched already. It is launched and available across Canada. Within the first week, we had over 22,000 individuals who have.
Monsieur le ministre, je m'excuse de vous interrompre.
Mr. Minister, I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is the question. Are you denying or confirming that you said that that program was totally useless? Yes or no? Are you confirming that you made that statement?
False. Okay, so I think you're taking what I've said out of context.
Who is this woman? Sorry for the delay. Well, she is a conservative MP from Lévis, and she is actually one of the, I believe it's 11 members of parliament that are from Quebec that are parts of the Conservative caucus. And just like you, I agree. I think she is amazing. And I think Lévis, the place she is from, is actually a stronghold for the Conservative, which is very rare for Quebec to have a stronghold. And I think she's amazing. You're right. And now we will have more BS. So you see, you can already guess the party lines when Gary gives the word salad and thinks you're stupid. He answers to a Conservative. Anyway, let's play whatever Gary has prepared.
And let me just confirm that this program has been launched nationwide. We have, on the first week, over 22,000 firearms that have been registered that are deemed to be prohibited. And there's until March 31st for other individuals to come forward and register their firearms. Let me also say that the firearms that are in question...
Thank you, Minister. I know the parameters of the program. That's not what my question was about. Mr. Minister, many people are against that program, be it the provinces, associations of hunters, indigenous people. Everyone respecting regulations is against this confiscation program. Police cars like Mr. Clayton Candle objected to this program. Are you not just being stubborn with this program? Hunters have written to us to say they invested a lot of money in this buyback program and they will not even get back most of what they invested with this program. What do you tell these people today? Are you going to, clearly the 750 million will not suffice.
The opportunity to answer this question properly. So let me just at the outset say the premise of your underlying question, Madame Vien, is false. This is not about hunting rifles or firearms related to hunting. This is about taking serious firearms off our streets. There are 2,500 firearms that are listed as prohibited. There are over 19,000 available firearms that can be used for hunting. There's ample choice for hunters to be able to pick any one of those firearms and use for hunting purposes. What I would say is that the program launched. It's in the first week, we had over 22,000 applications. This program will run till March the 31st. And then I would say that we do have a plan, including from the province of Quebec, where the province has signed on to do the collection, and we will be implementing it across Canada.
Monsieur le ministre, la majorité des...
Mr. Minister, let me repeat, most provinces do not want that program. Everyone has said
only Quebec wants
that
it.
it's not serving them. It's not going to improve safety. How would this program make women safe? Whereas everyone is saying the contrary, even the police force.
Do I have a chance to respond?
25 seconds.
I would refer, Madame Vienne, to the Mass Casualty Commission report. I will refer you to Police Savien. I will refer you to a number of civil society organizations, particularly women's organizations that have been working on the front lines, including the National Association for Women in the Law, who have been asked.
I won't lie. I don't think that's a lot. And by the way, I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised because the chair in that committee is the Conservative. That's surprising. Anyway, how many of those arms were used in crimes? not that many, but we are liberals and we copy the Democrats, therefore we must take your weapons, even if you're a hunter or a sport person. That's full of BS. Yeah. Let's hear more about Gary Gaslight and Lies.
Asking for many decades. In fact, Police Saint-Sylvain, for example, have been working since 1989 towards ensuring prohibited weapons are off our streets. And that is what we're implementing today, Madam Pierre.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Chair, through you. Thank you for everyone for coming here today as witnesses. It's greatly appreciated, especially you, Minister, for coming to our committee. A few questions. Hopefully we can go through some of them quickly. As the Minister of Public Safety, do you know which weapon of opportunity is specifically used against women in cases of intimate partner violence and homicide?
Sorry, beg your pardon, what's the
specific weapon that is normally used in cases of intimate partner violence and homicide? Do you know which weapon that would be?
There are a range of weapons, including firearms.
And what is the number one?
I am the Commissioner.
You don't have that number at the top of your head, Minister?
He needs help.
Well, I can help you. According to the stats I have, 65 to 70%, it says hands contribute to violence against women by pushing, beating, or choking. And sexual assaults are up 76%. So do you know what weapon was used in the murder of Bailey McCourt?
Sorry, what was that?
He needs help
what
again.
weapon was
Gary
used
is
in the murder of Bailey
dire
McCourt?
need of help.
No, I'm not aware.
Okay, well, it was a hammer. So in the death of Bailey McCourt, since it was a hammer that was used, did she die by the actions of the hammer or the person wielding the weapon?
I would say that in many cases or cases of intimate partner violence, it is the individual that is responsible. There are different weapons that are used in that context. And I would say that it is a combination of the individual who's using the weapon to cause harm on an individual.
So then you agree a hammer is an inanimate tool and can only do harm through the person who intends to use it to do harm? Is that correct?
Look, I'm not an expert, Ms. Cody. I would say that I'm here to talk to you generally about the work that we're doing to
I
ensure
understand that, but can you answer my
because
question? It's a simple
appreciate-
question.
Well, if I may, I appreciate where you're going with this, and what I would suggest is
Can you
that
answer the question though, sir, Minister, and all due respect, it's my time. And I think I'm asking a question. Can you answer it? Is it the hammer that does the killing or is it the person behind the hammer?
it is a combination of both.
So the hammer can act on its own?
It is a combination of both. It
So a
is,
hammer
it is
can
the
come off a
individual
shelf
who
and
has
kill
it is an
someone?
individual who has the hammer who can use the hammer in a way that can be very harmful.
So it's the person.
It is a combination of both.
But the person wields the hammer is what I'm asking you, which is what you're telling me.
Madam Chair, I've answered.
I think I will just add a segment. Gary thinks I'm stupid, and Gary thinks the object and the tools have free will. I'm not an expert. I just following orders. So I will speak about that line of attack. I think she really wants to tear apart the idea that the guns are the bad things. She wants to say it's the people that should be held accountable and not the tools, which makes sense. And the other thing I did notice in that committee, 3 conservative MPs are women. Very interesting. And when you really look into the listing of all of the ladies in the Conservative Party, there's not that many, but to have 3 of them in that specific committee, I think it sends a message, and they really wanted to tell you women will speak about the violence made to women. And it's kind of virtue signaling, but the kind of things that the liberal do anyway. So we are playing on a somewhat even playground right now. I like it. I like what's going on. And I think all of these 3 conservative MPs that we are talking up to now are amazing. More of them. Hopefully they will be minister once we form government.
That question.
Okay. So given that Liberal policy in response to firearm-related violence has been to ban the tool itself, by that logic, as Public Safety Minister, will you be confiscating hammers next?
Again, I'm not here to talk about the compensation program, Ms. Cody. I'm here to talk to you
But it has
in
to
a
do with
broader
public
sense.
safety, sir.
Well, I believe that this issue has been litigated a number of times, and I believe that this conversation,
Okay, that's not answering my question, Minister. So in all due respect, I'll continue to the next one. Will your Liberal government admit that getting dangerous offenders off the streets is a priority instead of going after law-abiding Canadians with a gun confiscation scam to protect not just women, but all Canadians? Yes or no?
I want to thank the over 22,000 people who registered, 22,000 firearms that were
My question
registered
is to
within
you,
the first
sir.
week.
Are you willing to protect the women and all Canadians by going after dangerous offenders? Yes or no?
It is part of the job that we have.
Okay. So, Minister, a repeat offender who was convicted on child pornography was released early, rearrested for breaking his parole conditions, not once, but twice. He was then arrested a few weeks ago on historic sexual assault, then was granted bail again 2 days ago. This person was well known in Port Colborne. He played the organ in church. He played Santa Claus in community events, and he was a predator. Minister, in what world does the Liberal soft and crime revolving door justice system protect the public or our children? So do you believe criminals have rights when they are committing the crime?
I appreciate the concerns you express, and frankly, there are bills before the House where if your party stopped impeding, can correct some of those examples. I am frankly, I would say that it is a bit disingenuous.
I'm sorry, that's the end of your time. With all
impeding. That angle from Gary is disgusting. And he knows why. It feeds into the narrative, the conservative obstruct. Well, thank you for sitting that long, man. And hopefully you have a great night and weekend. And see you soon. And to finish off my idea. And oh, you're welcome. And I enjoy doing that. More of that. Anyway, I will say this before I lose my train of thoughts. We obstruct bad laws, bad legislations. We did obstruct the C9 censorship bill they tried really hard to push. So yes, we obstruct, but only the bad things. And also, they weaponized C9 to have an excuse to not tackle bail reform, being C14, I believe. So they both, the government and the opposition both block the Justice Committee. So it's not just the conservative, it's also the liberals. So let's hear more about what's going on there.
respect, that's the end of your time. We're now.
Thank you, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, Department officials, Deputy Commissioner.
Larry Brock will tear them apart.
Minister, you took exception to my colleague, Ms. Vienne's characterization of your communication with your tenant. You said essentially that it was taken out of context without allowing her to continue that line of questioning. So I'm going to correct the record and maybe refresh your memory because I got a transcript. You had a conversation with your tenant and tenant reminds you, Gary, but we're not the problem, Gary. Gary, I realize that. Gary, if I were to redo this from the beginning, like I'm picking up where it was left off. Gary, listen, I told you if I were to redo this from scratch, I would have a very different approach to this. Tenant, we're talking about Canada. It's a federal, it's not provincial. Gary, I get it. Quebec is in a different place than other parts of Canada, right? And this is something that very much a big, big, big deal for many of the Quebec electorate that voted for us, right? And that's one of the major things. I think I'm sure you've seen these articles where people said, you know, this is one of the things we should not execute, like as a change from Trudeau's policies, but we've made the decision to go ahead. This was all political. Minister, this has got nothing to do with public safety. Law enforcement has consistently told you that from coast to coast to coast. And I would dare say probably in private discussions with the RCMP that they have told you that the problem facing Canadians and victims, particularly women, are not lawful gun holders, but those criminals, those thugs who have easy access to illegal stolen firearms that are pouring into our country. You knew that. You explained that to your tenant. So don't lecture my colleague for saying something out of context. This is something you said, and your points are well taken that this was a political maneuver. This is not going to make people safe. Now, if I were talking to a victim, a woman in particular who lived under a rock for the last 10 years and listened to your 5-minute opening statement, she would awaken and she would say, wow, am I ever blessed to live in one of the safest, if not the safest countries in the world. And you know, Minister, statistically, that does not bear that out. So do you have a comment about the fact that your rhetoric does not match the statistics that have been growing literally every single year since the Liberals took power in 2015? What are you going to tell those victims?
Let me first at the outset, Mr. Brock, tell you that when I indicated that I would have done it differently, does not mean I will scrap the program. I would have designed it differently. It's a very different set of facts that you are putting forward. Having said that, look, there's a real issue of intimate partner violence in Canada. I'm not underplaying that. I recognize this. I've been to funerals. I've had people in my community who have died because of intimate partner violence. I continue to monitor and see the deep impact that intimate partner violence has in our society. And my responsibility, Mr. Brock, and our responsibility collectively is to ensure the safety and security of Canadians, not rhetoric. So essentially,
my time, Minister.
You had quite a bit of time.
Minister, my time.
Excuse me.
Okay?
I would say it was quite a long question. I'll give the minister 15 seconds to finish.
Okay, so let's work together. And that is my point here. Let us work together. I think what you're misconstruing my opening statements with, you're not reflecting the other work that we're doing in order to address.
Minister, I'm moving on. Another theme that you brought up in response to Ms. Cody, that your government consistently brings up day after day after day, is accusing the Conservative Party of obstructing criminal bail and sentencing legislation. I don't know where you were at 1:30 this morning, but I was in this building passing Bill C-14. We sat for 9.5 consecutive hours to make this a priority. I then wanted to make a priority of Bill C-16 to get rid of the Jordan issue, to deal with mandatory minimum penalties, to strengthen offenses dealing with intimate partner violence, and every attempt that we brought motion after motion to deal with Bill C-16 as a priority, your government voted it down. So let's set the record straight who really is obstructing their own legislation. It is not the Conservative Party of Canada. You had 7.5 months to bring forward critical legislation to make a difference in the lives of intimate partner violent victims. And you waited literally to the last minute to introduce legislation, and now you're delaying it. Shameful.
That's your time.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, in response to, I think, Ms. Cody's questions regarding the lack of effectiveness of 810 orders and breaches of 810 orders, I believe your commentary, correct me if I'm wrong, was something to the effect that we have a problem not only with enforcement, but also the process in terms of whether the prosecution will continue a prosecution. I agree with you. If the Crown proceeds by indictment, the penalty is 4 years. So in light of that, have you taken the opportunity, and I think the opportunity exists for you to have regular meetings with your provincial and territorial counterparts? Firstly, do you do that, and how often do you do that?
Very regularly. So first off, when the group as a whole, we
so
were
vague,
in
very
IFPT
regularly.
back in October in Kananaskis. With respect to my provincial counterparts, I have regular conversations. So for example, with Mr. Kersner, I had a conversation today. Minister Ellis, I'm meeting him next Friday. It's very regular, I would say, with most of the provinces, not all, but certainly ongoing conversations.
As you know, I'm a former Crown attorney. One of the biggest problems that I had was talking to my counterparts across the Canada and seeing major differences in terms of the priority and the process by which offenses that should have not only local but national importance, particularly in the context of this committee, protecting women at risk, is that there is often either police services that just simply don't have an interest in charging under 811, and you have prosecutors who do not want to spend the time to continue a prosecution. So do you think, as a general rule, that there would be some merit in establishing national standards by way Crown prosecutors right across this country deal with IPV offenses generally, but specifically as it relates to terminology in 810 orders and enforcement and how they proceed depending on the fact scenario with the prosecution? Do you see merit, and will you commit today to making that a priority when you have your next general meeting?
Thank you. I do see merit in it, and I'd be glad to look at it further and more deeper, Mr. Brock. I will say that this particular issue would be led by Mr. Justice, so I know he's appearing in a few minutes. So I would pose that question to him. But on the broader
And
issue,
he's listening behind you and
It's
he's
okay.
shaking his head.
So we're closing up here, Minister.
I'll be splitting my time, and I have some questions for the.
So for now, we are done with Gary. So the idea is Gary is incompetent. If shown it, the only times he really answers to question is when it's party or a lady asks question, but even there, some question he will not answer. And he admitted on record that the gun buyback is a failure. On record, we got Gary that had no idea what a gun license was, yet is charged into making regulation. So, incompetence. Anyway, now we segue to the final part of this stream, this big discussion. We will talk about the NDP leadership final debate. Now, I am conservative. I've said it so many times on this channel. So, here's my perspective. I've heard it from other channels, and I strongly agree. We need a strong NDP to have a strong conservative government. The NDP shares the same base as the Liberals. Of course, some more rural riding or suburban riding are swing between NDP and conservative. That's true. But what's also true is NDP is far more appealing to the left than they are to the right. Because the right is mostly split between the conservative and the PPC. And the NDP splits the one from the left with the liberals. I keep calling them the liberals because they're liars. Anyway, with that being said, we all know what happened. Singh destroyed the party. He destroyed it, nuked it. Now they are doing a leadership race that will finish next month. And now we got a second debate. I already covered the first debate, and I will tell you this. I think the first debate was slightly better. This one is a train wreck. It's very sad because I really want the NDP to be strong. I will never vote for them. Well, I did vote for them in 2015. That's like 10 years ago, before I really realized what they meant and what they were doing. Now that I know, I can no longer support that kind of policies, their thought process. And I was also another brainwashed sheep, because I was just coming out of school, and school, we all know it. It's a brainwash institute here in Canada. Anyway, now let's get into that NDP leadership final debate. Again, it's a train wreck. It makes me sad because I want them to be good, but I think they learned nothing. Anyway, let's get into it. I because my mic is doing weird things as I am searching for the debate, I think I will be muted. So I was right. So we are screen sharing. I will be muted again because my computer is doing weird things. So I will screen share the debate.
I kind of like that music introducing.
New Westminster in British Columbia, the NDP leadership debate right here on CPAC.
evening and welcome to the final debate of the federal NDP leadership race. I kind of like that music introducing us. I'm Hannah Thibodeau, Executive Communications Officer at Global Public Affairs, and I will be your moderator for this evening. Before we start, I want to acknowledge that we are coming to you live from New Westminster, British Columbia, on unceded and unsurrendered lands of the Halkomelem speaking people. I also recognize the Kalite First Nation and all Coast Salish people on whose traditional territories we gather tonight. So thank you for that. We also, though, want to acknowledge the horrific attack in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. Our thoughts are with the victims, their loved ones, and the entire community as they grapple with the shock and the loss. Now, in moments like this, we are reminded of the importance of coming together and caring for each other. I invite each of you to join us in a moment of silence. Thank you for that. Let's begin now. Tonight, these leadership contestants will debate the priorities of members and communities right across this country. Now, the themes you will hear were shaped by submissions from New Democrats from coast to coast to coast, and here's what they range from: economic security and national sovereignty, the future and role of the party, rebuilding the party, foreign affairs and humanitarian aid, and energy and the environment. So the contestants here, they knew those themes in advance. What they did not know the specific questions. They didn't know them, their teams didn't know them. They're all here in my head, and they could change throughout the debate. So everybody be ready tonight. It's going to be a fun evening. So everybody take a breath. Now it's my pleasure to welcome the candidates here. We will introduce first Avi Lewis, Heather McPherson, Rob Ashton, Tony McQuail, and Tenille Johnston. So welcome, everyone. I'm really happy to be here with you. It's an honor for me to moderate this debate. The debate will run 90 minutes, mostly in English. There is one French section, though. We will start with opening statements from each of the candidates, and then we'll move through those themes. Now, in each theme, I will ask one question to each of the candidates. They'll have 45 seconds to answer that individually. After that, there will be an open debate section. I will also prompt in that open debate section. If it's going a little bit slower, we will move it right along, and we will encourage discussion that way. Now, before we end, each candidate will also get an individual question tailored to their experience, to their platform, to their campaign. Nobody knows what that is. I will get that at the end. And then, of course, we will finish with closing statements. Now, enough from me. Let's start with opening remarks. And Heather McPherson, your 45 seconds starts right now.
Merci et bienvenue. This is an important moment in time for our party. This is an important moment in time for our country. You know, the world is uncertain. Families are struggling, and working class Canadians are getting further and further behind. You know, today you will see all five of us agree on a lot of things. We are New Democrats, and we all believe in fairness, in equity, in looking out for your neighbor. So this race isn't about debating those values. It's about who can turn them into wins for people. You know, Canadians are depending on us to have their backs, to do what we need to do. To do what we need to do, we need more of us. I know how to win. I know how to build support. I know how to beat conservatives.
That's why
we need a leader who can win. We need a leader who can rebuild, and I am that leader.
And you were bang on time with that 45 seconds. So that is a good start to this. Avi Lewis, you're up next.
Friends, we're at a fork in the road. Donald Trump is stomping all over the world, stoking fear and insecurity. And while Mark Carney defies him in Davos, at home, liberals and Tories are caving to the US and letting corporations hoard profits and hike the price of everything. So now the NDP has a clear choice: the same approach that brought us to an historic low in the last election, or a new vision that is unmistakably bold and courageous. Our campaign has proved this path is popular and can win. We've signed up members in 338 federal ridings, broken fundraising records, and hosted huge events packed with hundreds of people from the length and breadth of this land. Our party's comeback has already begun.
Okay, not bad. Only a couple seconds over, but we'll let you have that, Mr. Lewis. We are now going to go to Rob Ashton, 45 seconds.
Tonight, you'll hear a lot of agreement on some really great policy. But unless we actually lead this country, those policies won't happen. And I'm tired of being Canada's social conscience. You see, our party's drifted away from the working class, and the working class just doesn't see themselves in us anymore. So they went and found another home.
About
and so we need to bring them back. Otherwise, their ideas will remain just that, ideas. That's why I want to bring the party back to its working class roots, so we can win back the seats that we've lost and win a whole lot more.
Rob Ashton, thank you. And I'm going to take those 5 seconds from you because I can gab through those. Tenille Johnston, you're next.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm Tenille Johnston, a social worker, a city councillor from Campbell River, BC, and the first Indigenous person ever to be represented on a federal leadership ballot in Canadian political history. And I'm so grateful that piece of history now lives with the NDP. I've traveled this country coast to coast to coast, and it has been absolutely amazing visiting tiny communities all over Canada. But the tragic part is that people are struggling everywhere you go. The cost of rent, groceries, gas, it's astronomical, and it just keeps going up and up and up. It's unacceptable that in a G7 country, we have over 10% of our population living in poverty. That's absolutely ridiculous. That's why we need a guaranteed livable basic income. We need a wealth tax. We have to end the fossil fuel subsidies. We have to have true government-to-government relationships in this country with our First Nations.
Thank you, Tenille. And last but not least, Tony McQuail.
I'm Tony McQuail. I'm a parent and grandparent, a farmer for over 50 years, and a New Democrat for 46. Our campaign is focused on 4 R's: representation, dealing with the first past the post; regeneration, stop damaging and start healing the earth; redistribution, stop sucking out our collective wealth and start distributing it fairly; and redesign, shift from a corporate capitalist consumer ideology to a conservative community. As a farmer, I see our world from ground level. It's a very different perspective from those who have been making destructive decisions from the corner offices of corporate towers. We need radical change now.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, everybody. Now we're kind of warmed up. Let's get into the debate portion. Here is our first theme: economic security and national sovereignty. We heard a few of you mention Donald Trump in here. A reminder, after I ask the first question here, each will have 45 seconds to respond, and then we're going to move into that open debate portion, which is 8 minutes long. So nobody has seen these questions to start off with. Let's start with this. The topic has largely been dominated by the U.S. President Donald Trump and the tariff war, and by Prime Minister Carney's efforts to retool Canada's economy to reduce our dependence on the United States. So here's the question. If Donald Trump picks up the phone tomorrow or jumps on and posts on Truth Social threatening more tariffs to pressure Canada, as a leader, would you retaliate immediately or negotiate quietly? And if retaliation is the answer, what does it look like? Is it a targeted tariff? Is it energy? Be specific, please. So, Mr. Lewis, you are first with 45 seconds.
Well, first I'd call the 2 Democratic Socialists who have shared private meetings with Donald Trump, Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico and Zoran Mondani from New York, and figure out how they charmed him, because that seemed to go incredibly well. I think Canada needs to stand firm and project a kind of moral clarity on the world stage that reflects an independent foreign policy and an independent domestic policy.
You know, I find that very interesting. I find that interesting because I somewhat agree with parts of what he is saying. But under Carney, we clearly don't take that path. We cozy up to China because we are communists deep down. This is what we are. This is what Canada is. So let's hear more about Avi's idea of fighting Trump.
We need a Canadian shield to Trump-proof our economy, and retaliating doesn't look like a tariff war. That's playing into the much stronger force on the other side of the border. We need to rebuild our economic independence with a Green New Deal, a Canadian Green New Deal that will create millions of good, unionized, green energy jobs, and many other pieces of economic independence I hope we can talk about throughout tonight.
Heather McPherson, your 45 seconds.
Listen, Donald Trump is the biggest threat that is facing our country right now, both economically and our sovereignty. And the way that we need to push back on that is to build our own economic sovereignty. You know, we need to be investing in workers. We need to be building with Canadian materials. We need to be building with good Canadian unionized jobs. You know, we need to raise wages. We need to legislate workers' rights into our laws. We need to be investing in building that infrastructure that will build up our country. You know, that's the east-west grid. That's rail. That's renewable energy. It's that investment, that economic sovereignty that will actually protect us from Donald Trump. That's how we fight back against Donald Trump.
Rob Ashton, 45 seconds.
So on my travels throughout British Columbia, I met this mill worker, and his biggest concern was about losing his job either in a week or in a month. And that's how a lot of Canadians feel right now. But that's because of Liberals and Conservatives ruling on behalf of their CEO friends and the ruling class. So we have to change that. And how are we going to change that? That's with my jobs promise. And the reason I bring that up right now is because that's how we fight Donald Trump. Is by creating economic security in this country, by creating good jobs, Canadian industries for Canadian workers, by standing up against him and finding new, fairer trade partners in this world.
Can we just say something important there? The USA is our biggest trade partner. So I'm sorry, but as much as you want to be independent from them, we will always deal with them. It's like your neighbor next door. As long as you don't move or they don't move, you're forced into dealing with them, even if you hate them. It's exactly what's going on with Canada. And I agree with the idea that we should expand trade to so many other places, but we should stop lying to ourselves and saying, other export in other countries will be enough to make up what we were doing with the USA. If Canada was prosperous from 2006 to 2014, it's It's because we are the USA neighbor and because we had a conservative government for once. But in history, our neighbor helped us more than anyone else in the globe. So we should stop with the Trump derangement syndrome. It's completely ridiculous. And yeah, who's going to protect Canada? You said it. This is freaking true. China will protect us? Hell, they send fentanyl in our streets. Will they save us? Hell no. It's hilarious. These people are so disconnected from reality. It's crazy. No wonder is why they collapsed. And again, I will reiterate, I will repeat myself. The NDP is important to siphon away the liberal votes. But based on that debate, because I've seen it twice already, I don't think they stand a chance. And it's sad because we need a strong NDP to have a conservative government. They need to siphon away the liberal votes. We need them. Like them or not, we need them.
And that's how you stand up to a bully.
Okay, Tony McQuail, your 45 seconds.
The tariffs are an incredible opportunity for us to reconsider what our economy is for, to relocalize it and redesign it so that it works for Canadians and not Canadians working to enrich the global elites. We have to be thinking about sovereignty in a realistic terms. And in 2026, sovereignty is not going to come out of the barrel of a gun or out of a pipeline. It's going to come from reinvesting in education,
we need pipeline for money,
and regenerative agriculture to ensure that we actually can meet and are meeting the needs of Canadians inside. And we need to develop a nonviolent defense strategy that supports communities in developing unarmed civilian defense programs.
Thank you, Mr. McQuail. Neil Johnson.
Yeah, so if Trump called, he'd get my answering machine.
That guy, I don't know where he lives, but that's not among us. So what happens? We tell everyone on the globe, look, we have non-lethal weapon, invade us. We will knock you out, but we won't end your lives. No. Non-violent. It's hilarious. It's like asking to be demilitarized. I don't understand that farmer guy. And I had respect for the guy in the first debate, but in this one, he goes wild. I think he's losing his sanity. I think he reached that age. I feel kind of sorry to say that because he looks like a cool Jack, sanity aside. But I don't know where he's living. And now we got the social worker that's also very, very disconnected because she's probably a SJW, a social justice warrior. Strength through power. We will make them fear Canada with our air guns, with our plastic balls, with our electric guns, with our tasers. Cannot take that seriously.
I'd be busy trying to lift the burden of economic insecurity off the backs of workers. Big oil, big telecom, these giants are recording record profits while we're not investing in Canada. Our retaliation strategy is investing in ourselves and seeing the huge worth that we are as a country within our own borders. We need to bring manufacturing and production into Canada. We need to stop sending out things like raw logs just to have that wealth created outside of our borders. Then we buy it back for more money. We truly have to invest in Canada, and we have to do it now, right down to the micro things like offering childcare. If we want to send hundreds of people back into our healthcare workforce, give them some support with taking care of their kids so they can go back to their care industry.
Okay, thank you. Everybody's bang on time. So far, I'm really happy with this group. Let's now start with the open debate for 8 minutes. Mr. Lewis, I am going to start with you. And here's the question. I heard from all of you. We have to invest in ourselves. However, we do rely on trade with the United States under President Donald Trump. Is the United States an unreliable partner or a partner we can't afford to lose? And let me dig into this a bit more to give you a little more. Canada has committed to increased defense spending, and we did hear about defense as well. Stronger border measures, but we're not taking part in Trump's newly created Board of Peace or the International Security Force in Gaza. How would you define the balance between sovereignty, security, and alliance management at the moment? So people can jump in on this one, and I'll keep an eye out. So
Yeah, I mean, to say that Trump is an unreliable partner is to state the crushingly obvious. We fought the free trade deals of the NDP and the labor movement and social movements on the left in the 80s and 90s because we knew it was bonkers to tie and bind our economy so tightly to such a dominant 10 times larger economy to the south. And so now we're living the vulnerability of those decisions, and we are at Trump's mercy. I can't believe you said board of peace with a straight face. These are ravings. They're not foreign policy. We have to be smart.
What did I hear? He is saying Trump is making wars. He didn't make any civilian. No civilian died in the Medero capture. Hell, he was sniping Iranian terror lord with his boats because Iran told him, shoot some our terror lords. We need it. And he did that. That was before all the uprising that's going on right now. So, I think Trump is a reason why we didn't get World War III yet, because he asserts dominance and strength. And the Ukraine, it could have ended if freaking Canada didn't bang with, or I should say, didn't team up with the EU to fight big bad Russia. It's hilarious. It's stupid. And we got Carney that says, oh, a Palestinian state. Sure, go against the USA wish. Of course you won't be on the board. And that board, I think, is a new NATO, but smarter, because NATO has lost its purpose over the years.
And take them on and take them seriously, but we can't participate in fantasies like the so-called Golden Dome and other Trumpian dystopias. We actually have to stand up for Canada, and that means negotiating firmly.
And not only negotiating firmly, but when the emperor is insane and has no clothing, somebody has to say it.
Says a guy that says we need
others will listen, and
non-lethal
people start to
weapons
have
to defend
them. Just
ourselves.
because he's the president of the United States and can push a button that I've been living under the threat of all my life, the nuclear holocaust, doesn't mean you have to kowtow to him. And there are many people in the United States who aren't. But the things we need to be thinking about as Canadians is we need an embargo on military shipments to the U.S. now. Because not only is it bad when the country hits its own citizens with their military, but they're talking about 51st state. J.S. Woodsworth knew you shouldn't.
There was a glitch there. I think I will go back eventually.
Against American citizens. But we need to do more than that. You know, we need to continue to push this government to live up to its obligations.
Tie and bind our economy so tightly to such a dominant 10 times larger economy to the south. And so now we're living the vulnerability of those decisions, and we are at Trump's mercy. I can't believe you said board of peace with a straight face. These are ravings. They're not foreign policy. We have to be smart and take them on and take them seriously, but we can't participate in fantasies like the so-called Golden Dome and other Trumpian dystopias. We actually have to stand up for Canada, and that means negotiating firmly.
And not only negotiating firmly, but when the emperor is insane and has no clothing, somebody has to say it. And when they do, others will listen, and people start to have them. Just because he's the president of the United States and can push a button that I've been living under the threat of all my life, the nuclear holocaust, doesn't mean you have to kowtow to him. And there are many people in the United States who aren't. But the things we need to be thinking about as Canadians is we need an embargo on military shipments to the U.S. now. Because not only is it bad when the country hits its own citizens with their military, but they're talking about 51st state. J.S. Woodsworth knew you shouldn't send scraps.
An embargo. We don't have the military, folks. Nobody wants to enroll in a post-national state military. And he speaks about an embargo. What kind of dystopia he's in right now? It's a circus. Is this the finest the NDP can find? We are cooked, folks. Hopefully you all want another 10 years of the liberals, because with that kind of NDP, I don't see the Conservatives taking power anytime soon, because, I mean, the NDP will remain weak, and we all know how some province with too much power vote, right? Ontario, Quebec. It's crazy. Let's hear more.
Deal to Nazi Germany. We should not, we need a U.S. arms embargo now.
Well, which is why I wrote to the Prime Minister and demanded that we stop sending weapons that are being used by ICE against American citizens. But we need to do more than that. You know, we need to continue to push this government to live up to its obligations, to stop sending weapons to regimes that are going to use them against human rights abusers. And that continues to happen despite the fact that that is against international and Canadian law. But, you know, you talked, Hannah, about developing trade relationships. And I think that is something that we also need to look at. You know, we are a trading nation. We do need to have trade relationships. We need to trade interprovincially better, and we need to develop trading relationships aside from the United States.
Would you say Mr. Carney is doing a better job at that?
I think we need to do much more, and I think we need to do less with the United States, because let's be honest, CUSMA was something that Donald Trump signed. We have a trade relationship with this president, and he broke it. So any trade relationship he makes going forward, he is just as likely to break. He is completely unreliable.
Mr. Ocean.
So like Trump's a bully, and we all know it. And I've been fighting bullies since I was in grade 7, which was a couple of years ago. And the only thing that they understand is strength to push back on them. You know, our current prime minister, he talks a tough game, but then he folds. Polyev, well, we've all heard that guy cheering on some of Trump's decisions. So we have to stand up for Canadian jobs in our industries. We have to invest in Canadian industries, but when we invest in Canadian industries, we have to invest in job creation with that. We also have to diversify our trade agreements. We have to diversify with countries that want to work with us, that want to be allies with us. And the board of peace, it's not a board of peace. And I'm actually glad that Trump took our country off that board, because it would have been a black eye on our country.
Tanil, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, so you asked if Carney was doing a better
He's glad we are not parts of the Board of Peace. I'm sorry, but you know what kind of signal it sends? It sends a signal that Canada is no longer a peaceful country. This is exactly what it means. It means we are at odds with the strongest country on the planet. We are bad neighbors, basically. And it's bad. Canada's reputation by not being on that board has been damaged so badly. These people are, I don't know where, but they don't understand geopolitical things. It's awful that we are not part of that board. And I don't care if it's Trump idea. It's the idea itself that matters, not who made it. I'm baffled. It's the third time I watch it, and I'm always kind of shocked to see how crazy the NDP has become. I said it. They became crazy. They're not a case. They belong in the cuckoo nest.
job. And I was listening to actually a CBC radio cast, and it was counting down kind of the different interprovincial trade barriers that are being broken down. And I was waiting for agriculture. I was waiting for food. I was waiting for Carney to finally enable Canada to feed itself and to support our farming and agricultural industry in a good way. And it just wasn't there. And when we're sitting on such a beautiful country where we could easily feed ourselves and not have a major hunger problem, we have a prime minister that is not putting that first. He's leaving people in poverty across the country, and it's mind blowing. And the shout out to the Council of Canadians warned us about the free trade agreement. Yep. We had a solid heads up that this was not a great idea, and we embedded ourselves in those relationships with the United States. And it's going to take a very firm turn and investment to get us out of it.
So here's the thing.
Sorry,
we're talking about Trump-proofing the economy. We're talking about a Canadian shield, an economic Canadian shield that will actually protect us from these tariff attacks. There's a lot of talk about how we're all the same. We all believe in the same policies. It's not entirely true. Our campaign has put forward the essential role of public ownership to double down on the things that make Canada, Canada, not just our healthcare system, investing in the care economy where more than 3 million people, mostly women, work in long-term care, in childcare, and healthcare and education, a public option for groceries, cell phones, internet connection, a public bank through Canada Post and postal banking. These are measures.
I'm losing my sanity. He wants us to copy-paste USSR. Russia during the Soviet Union. You know, the grocery stores controlled by the state. This is what they want. They want the end of capitalism. And not only they want that, but they don't want us to use our oil. If we had an economy to sustain ourselves, sure, that'd be great. If we didn't get the broken immigration system, that'd be great. But this is two realities that make the socialist format not functional at all. You cannot subsidize everything and expect your people to have decent standard of living. We subsidize already too much. Don't add grocery stores on top of that. Because if you also do that, you know what happens? The business owner, they won't set up shop here because they will be like, oh, what if the state overtake my business? It's bad. It's bad for business. The moment you start doing that kind of stuff, you tell the rest of the world, Canada is closed for business. It's bad for your economy. It's bad. And people bring Denmark. Denmark don't have 40 million people on their soil. Denmark, they are quite small, in fact. And I'm sure if they had our oil, they wouldn't be the green zealot that we are. They would exploit the green, or I should say the oil and the gas. We don't, because we are stupid. Welcome to Canada, the land of the stupid.
Emphasizing the responsibility of the government to step up and govern and use our public resources in the public interest. Not everybody on the stage is willing to go there, but that's the only way that Canada can build a Trump-proof economy.
Quick fixes today.
Sure, they're compatible. They're compatible.
Public grocery option isn't a quick fix. What we have to do, we have to push our federal government, and when we take power eventually, we actually have to start doing what's immediate, and that's price caps on groceries. Sure. That's price caps on telecoms. Strong.
He said when they take power. You know, it's hilarious. If Singh wasn't incompetent, if he didn't destroy his own party, you guys would be the official opposition right now. Actually, maybe we would be into election mode right now, and maybe you would have a chance into increasing your opposition or forming government. But no, your previous leader nuked your party. This is what happened.
Penalties and even jail time for companies that try to gouge our prices, try to gouge Canadian citizens. This is immediate, because right now, Christ, when I was a kid, it was $20 for a bag of groceries. Nowadays, it's $50, $60.
Mr. McQuail, you want to jump in as well?
I think we need to think about an even more radical approach to say, what is trade for, and do we need it to have a healthy economy? Trade benefits those in the middle, but too often trade is based on cheap labor here and cheap and expensive products there. So we certainly need state-to-state trade, but we also need to say, what do we need as a society? How can we produce it ourselves? How can we relocalize it? And how can we make that work for Canadians? And you're right, that's not a cheap or quick fix. But in 1988, I took a float in 8 fall fairs in our area that said, "Free Canada, trade Mulrooney." You know, we've had a lot of time to get into the trouble we're in. It'll take us some time to get out. But if we don't know where we want to go, we are never going to get there. So saying, we got to trade, we got to, no. Yes, agriculture is very dependent on trade, but can we restructure how we do agriculture in Canada so we meet our own needs and get paid fairly for that and don't destroy the environment trying to trade ourselves to prosperity?
Well, and I do think one of the things that we have to come back to is that the way we protect our sovereignty is by protecting our economy and making sure that it is working for all Canadians. And that does involve making sure that we are investing in building things here. You know, we used to have Connaught Labs here. We used to be able to build our own pharmaceuticals in this country. We couldn't do that during COVID-19. You know, we have a housing crisis, a national housing crisis. We should be investing in the homes that people need to live in right now. We should be investing in our healthcare system, investing in those things.
A really big economic, immediate impact. Close the infrastructure gap for nations across this country. If you invest in closing that gap, we're talking about over $600 billion that's going to go into our economy. These aren't tiny numbers. And this is also supporting people to live in a great way, to make over 7 million jobs in a 2-year time period. This is just an unreal opportunity. And Carney turns and he invests in freaking pipelines and mines and these things that are not going to bring money to our economy now.
Okay, we finished that segment all.
So pipelines are important for a good economy, especially if we are socialist. But even there, her argument doesn't hold water because it didn't build any pipeline. He wants any reason to not build one. This is what's going on.
Ready. That was fast. I did not have to bring in a lot of prompts on that. So moving on to topic 2 as well. This is on energy and the environment, something I'm sure we all would love to discuss, especially now. Provincial NDP governments and the federal NDP openly clash over major projects, including oil and gas and pipelines. Does the federal NDP need a clearer, unified position on resource development? And what would that be? So we are going to start with the 45-second round. And Ms. McPherson, you're first.
Thank you very much. And listen, let's be very clear. There is a climate crisis right now. As a member of parliament, I've taken some big climate action in our parliament. You know, I took on the CEO of Imperial Oil. I brought forward legislation that would stop coal mining in the Rocky Mountains. You know, I worked with Indigenous people in Northern Alberta to stop the release of tailings into the Athabasca Delta. And I have a plan going forward to deal with the climate crisis that we are facing that involves stopping oil and gas subsidies, you know, investing in renewables, you know, making sure that we are building a plan that brings workers along. The workers are at the center. Because if workers aren't part of every single environmental plan in this country, then that plan is doomed.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McPherson. Mr. Ashton, you're next.
So I come from a province that burns 4 months out of the year, and then the next month it floods horribly. And that's true across this country, and these burn seasons get longer and longer as we go. You see, climate is a class war because big polluters profit and their friends run away with a pocket full of money when it's the working class at the end of the day that pay the ultimate price in their communities. Climate action has to do 3 things to fix this. We have to cut pollution, lower the cost for families, and create good union jobs. But to win this war, they'll need to be united and not divided.
You know, it's funny. It's funny because lower cost is not grain. Grain is much more expensive because grain always need a secondary source. When there's no wind in your windmill, you need fuel. When there's no sunlight in your solar panels, you also need oil. You always need something else to make your machine, your green scam machine, function. And that's true. It is a scam. And it's kind of hypocrite how they say, oh, big corporation benefits from the climate crisis. Of course they do. But it's not the ones you think. The green ones are making the money. And once your windmill is broken, it pollutes so much. Even the charging station for the freaking car, they create a different kind of pollution. That's 200 times the pollution of a oil gas vehicle. So yes, the green scam is disgusting and it's stupid, and yeah, we are cooked. Canada is cooked because right now we have a green zealot everywhere. Hopefully they will siphon away the liberal voting base by being so radical like that.
Because division is the weapon of the boss.
Thank you, Mr. Ashton. Mr. McQuail, you're next.
If you visit our website, TonyMcQuailGreenProgressive.ca, there's a piece on it talks about a holistic goal for Canada. And it is something that I hope could help provincial and federal NDP work together with our riding associations and the people of Canada to say this is a vision that is hopeful in terms of both the environment and the economy and the kind of world we want to build. What we have to understand when we talk about the environment is every time we take a breath, a drink, or a bite, the environment isn't something out there. It's now something inside us and becomes part of us. So we have to have plans and decisions that build a healthy environment as part of building a reasonable economy.
Tenille Johnston.
Yeah, where I come from, people work in resource-based industries. They work in forestry, fishing, energy. And like Rob offered, wildfires come in, we're suffering from floods and droughts, and they're already reshaping what our communities look like and how we move about day to day. People there don't deny climate change whatsoever, but where we struggle is where we see the clear path to the next job when we talk about job transitions. A serious climate plan has to remove the $30 billion that we give fossil fuel industries year over year over year. That money needs to go back into renewables, retrofits, transit, care work.
Yes, you did hear right. She wants to cut funding from the oil. Yet they want these very expensive freaking socialist programs all over the place. It's crazy. These people, they don't realize what's reality anymore. Are there voters out there that are asking for that kind of radical thinking? I don't know. But like, finger crossed there are people like that. And finger crossed we never get an NDP government. It's crazy. Very crazy. Anyway, let's play more of that.
The land restoration, so we can rewild areas where we've had a detrimental impact to our environment.
And Heather McPherson. No, sorry, I can do that.
No,
I just turned and looked at you. Abby Lewis, my apologies.
I love this party. To be in a national leadership debate and have unanimity on the stage that the climate emergency is a frontal issue. We talk about it second in the debate, not left to the end. But there are differences among us. I believe it's time for the NDP to tell the truth. We have to get off fossil fuels as quickly as possible. And we're the only party Canadians can trust to do it without throwing a single worker under the bus. Workers can't transition into a promise. You can't feed your family on a slogan. That's why we need a Canadian Green New Deal to create 1 million good union climate jobs on an emergency basis under public ownership. Fossil fuel workers need those jobs waiting for them. Carney's ripped up decades of climate policy. It's our time to lead on climate.
I'm going to get to that in just a bit on the climate policy. I want to start with you. That's why I was coming to you last time, because I'm starting with you this time. You're from Alberta. That's where your riding is. Alberta is central to this debate. How does the NDP compete in the West without alienating voters whose livelihoods depend on energy?
Yeah, listen, I am the daughter of a truck driver. My family worked in the oil and gas sector. I'm proud of the contribution that Alberta made to building Canada. But I also want us to be building a future-facing economy. You know, I want us to be building a future where my children want to stay and work in Alberta. And that means investing in renewables. But I want to be clear, because you brought this up earlier. You know, we need to work with the provincial governments, the provincial NDP across this country. You know, we need to work with them because what they are achieving for the people in their provinces is important. You know, I think about what Rachel Notley achieved and how she was able to cut child poverty in half. I think about the role she played in getting us off coal power, you know, reducing our emissions. And how important that was. We cannot be picking fights with the provincial NDP. So we have to work together.
Let me just ask you this. You have Naheed Nenshi in a room together with the Premier of BC. How do you negotiate those two premiers?
Well, I can tell you it doesn't help. An MOU by Mark Carney and Danielle Smith that pits British Columbians against Albertans, that pits people against each other during a national sovereignty crisis. You know, what we need to do is work on those things that as New Democrats that we believe in, those values that will move us forward and not be a burden to the provincial parties, because the provincial parties are making life better for the people in their provinces.
So let me come to you, Mr. Lewis, because you oppose fossil fuel expansion.
Yes.
Is that position electorally viable in energy producing provinces, or does it limit?
Of course, Albertans have known for decades that we need to diversify our economy in fossil fuel producing regions. Everybody knows it. And the fossil fuel industry keeps stoking division and presenting us with new pipeline projects as an existential necessity to kick the can down the road and delay that time. 92% of Albertans believe that the industry should pay, as is the law, polluter pays, to clean up the mess in one of our most beautiful places in all of Canada.
That guy never went to Alberta. He doesn't understand Alberta.
They're leaking on farmers' fields and and local municipalities that do not have the money. They download these wells, abandoned and orphaned wells, to companies that go bankrupt, and they get rid of any responsibility for cleaning them up. That's decades of unionized labor for the very workers who dug those wells to clean up rather than further contaminate the land.
Mr. McQuail, you want to jump in?
We also need to ask, is climate change a problem or a symptom of a bigger problem? And I would say it is a symptom of a bigger problem, which is a society that has gotten addicted to using way too much energy. We are dumping millions of years of fossilized sunlight into our atmosphere instead of maintaining the carbon cycle that we're all a part of. And so we have to talk about how do we not only change the economy and transition it to renewables, but how do we redesign to drastically reduce the amount of energy and resources that economies use? Because our economic growth, which has been promoted for the 45 years since I got involved in politics, is actually becoming a cancer on the planet. So when we have these opportunities, and renewable energy is a huge opportunity, not just in terms of jobs, not just in terms of the environment, but in terms of costs and the cost to people. We put
I'm so tired. You know why? The cost. It's freaking costly. That's why we are broke. How do you sell freaking water electricity? It's much harder to have an economy around renewable than there is around mineral and whatever we dig up out of the ground. Oil and mineral have markets. Your hydroelectricity only works on your part of the country. Try selling your hydroelectricity to China. You will lose lots of its capacity just during the transportation of it. These people they're radical. There's no other word. It's being radical.
Up a passive solar house in the 1970s, put up an on-grid or a grid-connected wind generator. We've got solar panels. These all help reduce your costs if you do these well and effectively. So that's what we need to be doing as Canadians, saying, what can we build to build the transition and get their jobs? But right now, it is far more effective to switch to renewable energy in terms of jobs per amount of energy produced, and also in terms of the economic value being spread across the country, not just on narrow pipelines or individual wells.
Tanil, let me ask you this. If Indigenous nations choose ownership in oil and gas projects, is it the role of the federal NDP to tell them no?
No, I think it's the role of the federal NDP to work with nations to bring forward a prosperous Canada for all, which is actually the title of the Assembly of First Nations Strategic Plan, is Prosperity for All. We really, truly, I'm going to speak for a lot of Indigenous people across the country, we care about our country. We want prosperity for all. We truly believe those words when we say them. And we're talking about transition. One of the biggest piece of misinformation out there, I believe, is the fact that people think that getting jobs in renewable industries don't pay. That you're not going to be able to make the same amount of money working as an engineer building a turbine as you are if you're working as an engineer in an oil field. And that's just not true. These jobs are good paying jobs. They're jobs that are better for your body, mind, your spirit. You can have a good, amazing paying job in a renewable energy industry. It doesn't have to be this misinformation of, well, I'm not going to make as much or they're not going to be as many jobs. That's just not true. So we need to get the education out there that demonstrates what type of workforce we're going to need to bring forward this renewable.
It's insulting. She brings misinformation with misinformation of her own. This is like liberal light, or I should say liberal heavy, because they're even more liberal than the liberal, but not in a good way, like the post-liberal ones that restricts your freedom.
Industry that we want across Canada, and we also need to set up the education system to bear that, and it needs to be free. We have to have free education to train our new workforce.
Mr. Ashton, let me bring you in on this debate. You talk about protecting workers, and I want to talk about the Indigenous part of it too. When energy jobs are tied to Indigenous-owned projects, does opposing development risk putting New Democrats at odds with both labor and reconciliation?
So look, to win this war, to this climate war, we need workers, Indigenous, non-Indigenous workers. But we have people on the stage right now that are going to stand against plans like the BC Transmission Power Line or plans to build like the Port of Churchill. We're sending more workers to the Conservative Party like that. And so when we say we need to shut down industries without jobs already being there, we just send more workers to the Conservatives. Climate action needs to be centered on workers and Indigenous people, and that includes Indigenous projects. We have to have an open mind here. We have to be able to bring new projects along, to bring workers along with that, to bring Indigenous communities along with that, and bring the rest of the communities across this country along with that as well.
Well, I think that was referencing Mr. Lewis.
You're calling out the side shot there? Rob, that was very restrained for you. I appreciate that.
We're in the debate portion, so
listen,
go ahead.
We're a big country. We're an affiliated party, and we're allowed to have differences with our provincial sections. I've had warm conversations with my Premier David Eby's office, with my friend Wab Kinew, with Nahid Nenshi, and we are allowed to have differences on specific issues because we support each other as New Democrats. When I spoke to Nahid Nenshi, I told him that I love the way that he stood up against Daniel Smith's disgusting use of the notwithstanding clause, attacks on teachers, attacks on trans kids. Nahid Nenshi needs to be the next Premier of Alberta. And we have some profound differences around fossil fuels. And he was asked—
how do you work that out?
Because listen, Nahid answered it himself. He was scrummed by reporters in Ottawa, and they were like, what about this Lewis thing? And he was like, this is the UCP when they're desperate and lashing out. These are the ways they try to turn us against each other. I'm not buying it. He said, who cares? I think Albertans are smarter than that. So I'm going with Nahid right now. We shouldn't be doing our opponents' work for each other. We can stand together as New Democrats and have democratic disagreements around crucial issues of public policy.
I know we're out of time, but I'm going to give you 20 seconds, Heather.
Yeah, listen, I agree with what Tony said in terms of this is an opportunity for us. This is a huge opportunity. but we cannot be picking fights with our provincial parties. And I have seen that happen in the past. We have people who have picked those fights. This is an opportunity. This is where we can go. And if we put workers at the center, and if we have a plan, then we actually can build a forward-facing economy that gets people working, that builds our country, that builds a forward-facing future for all of us.
Okay, we did go a little bit over. That's my fault. We are moving to the next section. This is going to focus on rebuilding the party. Our next question comes from the NDP in Quebec. After the video is done, each of you will have 1 minute to answer. So we're giving you 15 extra seconds. To answer that question, it has to be answered in French. If you don't answer in French, we're going to cut you off. However, in the debate portion, you can choose to answer in either French or English. So let's play the video.
Bonjour, mon nom est Malcolm Lewis-Richemont. Je suis impliqué au NPD depuis une décennie maintenant. Et l'année passée, j'étais candidat dans Notre-Dame-des-Grâces, Ouest-Nord. Je suis aussi membre du conseil d'administration de la section Québec du NPD et membre du conseil fédéral. Et je me rappelle toujours qu'en 2011, quand le NPD a gagné le plus grand nombre de sièges de son histoire au Québec. Mais malheureusement, depuis, nous avons presque été retirés de la carte au Québec. Alors, ma question pour vous, quelles sont vos idées pour renverser notre destin dans la belle province?
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that question from the NDP in Quebec.
Merci beaucoup pour cette question du NPD au Québec.
À se connecter avec la vie quotidienne québécoise. On doit recommencer à nouveau. La route vers la victoire du NPD passe par le Québec. C'est bien connu, c'est un cliché. Il faut avoir un plan pour conduire cette route. Et pour moi, il y a quelques éléments spécifiques. On doit retisser nos relations avec le mouvement syndical au Québec, le plus fort du Canada. Il faut avoir une offre politique ciblée à la majorité progressive au Québec, le plus fort au Canada. Et ça implique une emphase sur les services publics et actions climatiques. Et plus encore, l'autonomie pour la section Québec du parti. Nos politiques doivent être déterminés par les membres du NPD au Québec, pas décidés et dictés par Ottawa. C'est comme ça.
Merci beaucoup, Heather McPherson.
Ouais, c'est vrai, et c'est pas une cliché. La reconstruction de notre parti passe par le Québec. Tous les candidats doivent pratiquer le français, et c'est une priorité pour moi. Pour rebâtir un vrai parti pan-canadien, il faut reconnaître l'importance de la culture, de la langue, de l'histoire du Québec. Le Québec est uni, mais nous devons y rebâtir de la même manière que partout au Canada. La reconstruction du parti passe par la circonscription. On doit nommer nos candidats plus tôt et être prêts. On doit aussi augmenter le membership. Les Québécois ont une place à notre table et chaque membre a une voix dans le parti. Je sais comment faire le travail. Je fais le travail. Je suis prête.
Pour moi, c'est veut dire rebâtir la confiance avec les travailleurs. On doit regagner ce qu'on a perdu. Le vécu trop cher, c'est pas de l'or. On doit montrer aux gens le NPD est la solution. Et oui, on a besoin du Québec pour gagner. Je sais qui, je dois parler mieux français pour connecter avec les Québécois et les francophones. On a besoin d'organisateurs et des liens avec les syndicats. Et on doit parler aux gens de ce qui est important. J'ai vu ramener le NPD à Célestine, une partie qui se bat, qui n'est pas vrai et qui recule devant rien. C'est comme ça qu'on va gagner. Je suis le bon choix pour ça.
Tony McQueen.
Pour reconstruire le NPD, nous devons soutenir nos associations de conscription et leur fournissant de l'information et l'impartition d'aider qui fonctionnent partout au Québec et au Canada. Nous avons besoin d'une coalition verte progressiste qui inspire confiance aux Québécois et aux Canadiens. Nous devrons collaborer avec des autres partis et mouvements sociaux. Bien avant la prochaine élection, cette coalition verte devra présenter un programme compréhensible pour tous. Les associations de circonscription et les mouvements sociaux devront travailler ensemble pour sélectionner un seul candidat qui représentera le programme de la coalition verte aux élections.
And Tenille Johnston.
Merci pour la question. Je respecte la langue française et le Québec. Je respecte la déclaration Sherbrooke. On a besoin de changement dans notre parti. On doit faire grandir les partis.
We need to grow the
On
party.
doit finir les associations.
The
On doit ramener les travailleuses et travailleurs avec
the
nous.
public
On a
workers.
besoin le mouvement et étudiant. On a besoin de nous,
we need
nations
the-
autochtones. On est là pour
The First Nation.
tout le monde, mais en premier, on doit gagner.
Oh, I lost.
Thank you all. This is the open debate portion of this. This is 5
Merci beaucoup. C'est la portion de débat ouvert. C'est 5 minutes. Vous pouvez répondre en anglais ou en français. J'avais posé la question en anglais. Mon français n'est pas assez bon. Alors, commençons avec cette question. Pourquoi est-ce que les électeurs au Québec devraient faire confiance à un leader qui ne peut pas communiquer avec eux dans leur langue maternelle? Monsieur.
Dans un chef qui ne peut pas
So we
communiquer
can have
dans la
confidence
langue
in a leader who cannot communicate.
I'll explain basically what he is trying to say is why should we trust a leader of the NDP that doesn't speak French? And now they will try to answer it. So let's hear about what they have to say.
In the Quebecers language. Everywhere throughout Canada, there are francophone communities, and we cannot forget them. So, but it's not only a question of speaking French. We have to know the unique history of Quebec. We have to know the culture. There is, in a sense, a Quebec nation of Quebecers, and these Quebecers deserve an NDP leader who knows their culture. It's not only a question of language.
Would you
So,
commit to becoming fully bilingual, and by
Bien
what
sûr,
time? And
bien
what
sûr.
time frame?
Oui, c'est en marche. Oui, oui.
Time
oui.
frame?
On travaille
I think we're all pretty committed to becoming
Yes,
fully
indeed.
bilingual.
By what time frame?
in
Sorry,
being
Mr.
honest-
McQuail, just 1 second. By what time frame, please?
I think being fully bilingual is going to take at least a year of solid commitment to the language. And in my opinion, as someone who spent my adult life trying to retain any ounce of my native Likwala language, where we only have like 6 fluent speakers left, I totally understand and wholeheartedly live holding on to your language as a vital component of your culture. And I think understanding that and reaching out to Quebec and offering that relational history of retaining language is huge. I think what Quebec has been able to do with holding on to their Francophone community and their language is absolutely amazing. And it's something that we've struggled to do in Canada with numerous nations across this country where our language dialects have been decimated by colonialism and Western culture. So I think we have a lot to learn from Quebec and how we retain languages and move forward with more language culture in Canada. I mean, in BC, we only have one Francophone school district for the entire province. We need to fix that.
Sorry for interrupting, Mr. McQuail. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I want to be perfectly honest. As somebody who has 2 years of high school French and is going to turn 74 in March, I doubt that I will become negotiatingly fluent en français in my lifetime. That is what
That's honest, but you won't sell yourself very well. Again, I'm from Quebec, and when I hear that, I'm like, I put out the work to speak your language, and you don't do the same for me. It's insulting. At least he's honest, but if we vote in Quebec for the new leader, that one is out. I'm sorry, but if your excuse is I'm old and I want to be honest with you, I don't think it will fly high. I don't think it will fly high. As much as it's honest, I like honesty, it won't work. You cannot sell yourself in Quebec like that.
translators are for. And if I deal with a native community, I will need a translator to speak with someone who doesn't speak English. But when we had Katimavik billets, I got on really well with the Francophone billets who were working class as opposed to the Anglophones who came from Rosemont in Toronto. And so what we need to understand is I do speak better with Mother Nature than a good many people. And I don't think we're in a crisis where the Francophone language or the Francophones in Quebec are going to disappear. But our planet is disappearing before our eyes, and we need somebody who understands.
That's stupid. It's a brain dead take. Nature will outlive us. French will most likely vanish first. But hey, that guy is cuckoo. He is in on another realm.
And not that language.
Il y a deux langues officielles au Canada. C'est pas une question de
There are
négociation.
two official languages in Canada. It's not a question of interpretation or translation. There's two
Ms.
languages.
McPherson, because we're going to come to you next. You've highlighted your experience. You've been a member of parliament since 2019. You understand federal politics. Given that Quebec is an essential part of forming government, why wasn't becoming bilingual a priority?
Pour moi, c'est une grande priorité pour ma
For
famille.
me, it
Par
is a
exemple, ma
huge
fille,
priority for
elle
my
parle
family. For
français
example,
très bien.
my
C'est
daughter
important
speaks
pour
French.
moi. Parle français très bien. C'est important pour moi quand mon époux et moi registrons ma fille pour l'école. C'est une immersion. Mais c'est difficile. C'est difficile à l'Alberta. C'est pourquoi c'est nécessaire. Nous protégeons la langue française au Québec, mais aussi une autre circumscription, autre province dans le pays. Par exemple, Edmonton, Strathcona, my riding is the French Quarter, and we have fought hard. I have fought hard for Campus Saint-Jean. I have fought hard to make sure that we are respecting and protecting French language in Alberta and across the country.
Thank you. And Mr. Ashton, let me ask you, you lead a national union representing workers across the country for more than a decade. In that role, how did you engage with Francophone workers, and why did learning French not become a part of the national leadership responsibility?
So we don't have members in Quebec.
I feel you.
We're a BC-based
true.
union. But to answer your original question about what it means and to learn French. And I learned this lesson when I was in Gatineau, having an event where it's what does the French language mean to Quebecers? And it goes back to the Quiet Revolution, when Quebecers took back their power from the church. It's when I learned that that the English language was the language of the ruling class and the French language was the language of the working class. So I'm committed wholeheartedly to learning French.
Did you hear that? He's basically saying we will be the boss of Quebec because Quebec speaks French and we speak English. You won't get any of these bloc voter on your camp if you become leader. You will actually alienate them and forget that. Forget that, buddy. You don't say the bosses speak English and the working class French. It's stupid. It's so out of touch. That guy, yes, maybe he spent some time in Gatineau, but I doubt he understands Quebec. I doubt he understands how we think and what kind of people we are. Because if he did understood us, there's no way in hell he would speak that way about the English and the French. Because it's collisionist. I can't remember how to pronounce it, but like we had the very far left girl saying the same thing earlier. It's ridiculous. Now let's address the two comments. You want to learn French, learn to bend over for your enemies. That's actually true. I agree with that. And I speak French. That's funny. French always bend over the enemy, just like they did with Germany. Fact. Facts. I'm dying.
Okay, and we are out of time for this segment, so we are going to move on to the next one. So I appreciate your answers on that one. The NDP, this one is the future and role of the party. The NDP currently governs in British Columbia and Manitoba, and we've had a little bit of this discussion throughout, but we're going to get in a bit more. It's governed in Alberta, Nova Scotia, Ontario, Saskatchewan, Yukon. Why can New Democrats win provincially, but they can't seem to win federally? Mr. Ashton, you first.
Canadians are better weak. It's the working class that pays the price. So we have to change this. We have to build on the provincial successes that we've been having and not undermine them. You see, that means real power for our members, real power for our EDAs. Discussions on shop floors and not in boardrooms. Show working people that we hear them.
He tries to
that we get them. We're going to fight like hell for them.
Way of speaking.
That's how we're going to win downtown. That's how we're going to win in the suburbs. And that's definitely how we're going to win in rural ridings. Thank you.
So is that the fact that the ideas haven't been brought forward to the federal part of the party? I'm trying to understand.
Because communication, right? We have to be able to talk to people. We have to be able to talk to people across the country. We have to be able to understand and listen to them. And a lot of our provincial sectors have actually been able to understand and actually listen to what Canadians want in their provinces.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. McQuill.
Well, the first past the post electoral system is a great handicap, not only to the national party, but to the provincial parties. My biggest regret is that in 1990, the Ontario NDP did not work to bring in proportional representation, because we've now had three phony majority governments under Doug Ford.
Cuckoo to be elected.
Yes, our provincial parties have had some success, but they have also often worked a long time in the wilderness because of first past the post, which ensures that Working people do not get representation in parliament or in their legislatures in proportion to how we would vote. And then we start voting strategically. And it's been a big impact nationally.
Okay, Tanil Johnston.
Yeah, I think we can win. I think we absolutely can win federally, but we have to be going to places that maybe we haven't been before. We have to be reconnecting with ridings that we've left behind for decades. And there's ridings out there that we have not been present in that are ready for change and want to mobilize and want to have that big win for us federally.
When she throws out the DI, when she doesn't speak so progressive and far left lunatic, she actually makes sense. All the way up to the virtue signaling she desperately likes to share with everyone.
The changes we want to see don't come from playing the governmental conscience for the federal government. We want to see big, bold changes like a guaranteed livable basic income, like a progressive wealth tax. And these are things that the conservatives and liberals are never going to get behind. And we have to do from a position of power. We don't want a softer version of the status quo. We want that big, bold change that can really secure equity across the country for Canadians.
Mr. Lewis?
Carrying right on from what Tanil is saying, our campaign has shown that despite our devastating loss in the last election, the NDP is not just reviving, we are already soaring back to life through the very thing that makes us special, our members. In just a few months, our campaign has built momentum in fundraising and memberships and crowds that everybody can see. And
Only
we've done it by
because the
sharing a
Liberal
bold,
are
ambitious vision
collapsing
that
right
can
now.
never be confused with that of the Liberal Party. That's key. And we've used a distributed organizing model that trusts our members. That's how we're going to win back party status and more in the next election. Local members and regional organizers are free to choose the techniques and the messages that work in their communities. The central party doesn't try to control them, but supports them and resources them. We're already coming back on our campaign.
Heather McPherson.
Listen, New Democrats are New Democrats. You know, whether we are provincial or federal New Democrats, we are the same. We share the same values. So we need to be working together to achieve those things for Canadians. I have seen what happens across this country when New Democrats are elected. You know,
This
it is
is true.
important because it makes life for
We
the
are
people that
actually
live in those
worse than
provinces
Virginia.
better. And so we need to get more New Democrats elected. That's how we do this. And we do that by organizing year round. You know, we had a model in Edmonton, Strathcona. When I was elected in 2019, we chose to expand, to do year-round organizing, to get candidates selected early, to work with other riding associations, to give the power back to members. That's what we need to do to rebuild our party. That's the work that I have been doing. That's the work I'll continue to do as the leader.
We are now going to move into the debate portion. Some working class voters, and I'm going to start with you, Mr. Ashton, left the NDP because they felt the party didn't understand the economic anxiety at the time. What would you change? Just one thing would you change to win them back? And we'll start with you, Mr. Ashton.
Talking about what matters to Canadians. Jobs, affordability,
Not DI,
housing.
not Trump, sorry.
And that's what we're doing in my campaign, is that's what we're talking to people about. Because when you've got a guy like Polyev that is strutting around and pretending to be a worker, well, he's about as much as a worker as I am a flower girl.
He did lure over a lot of the workers in the last election
Polyev's
campaign.
pretty slick as snot, right? But what we're finding,
And now
through our
forget
campaign,
any
and
Polyev
there's a young fella
by
in
that
Brantford. He came up to me and said he voted Conservative in the last election.
Mm-hmm.
But he signed up to our party so he could follow and vote for our campaign. And that's what's happening at every city that we go to, because they understand the messaging, that we're listening, that we're going to fight for them.
It doesn't
We're going to bring
exist,
people
Joe.
back to our party where they belong. We're not going to scare them away.
I think that's one thing to, you know, have the big, bold ideas and say all the big things and create all the excitement around it, but you have to show up. This is a big thing that I felt we weren't doing
That's
enough of.
true.
We weren't
They
showing
always
up.
raise
What does that mean
prices.
exactly?
Physically go to these places, shake the hands, say hi, sit down,
They
close
will
the mouth, and
crash
listen
now.
with both ears so that you're absorbing what just happened in the last election, especially. We had a tough go. And I can tell you for sure, Polyev was in my riding way too much to make me comfortable. He kept having meetings in my community, and
Another
that was 3
one that
years before the last
wants
election.
to
We visited
Polyev
ridings that
vote.
haven't seen a leader or a leadership candidate in over 2 decades.
So you're blaming the former leader for not showing up?
I'm not blaming the former leaders from showing up because our party is made by the movement of the people. We are bigger than one person, and we have to show up for each other. Not
Why
going
should
to the
we
places and
elect her?
spaces where we have big opportunities is not helping us. Prince Albert, huge opportunity in Prince Albert, and a lot of people might not see that. Prince Albert has a very high Indigenous population, and people tell me all the time, well, Indigenous people don't vote. I'm like, well, have you gone and had a conversation with them? Have you met with their leadership and talked about where they're at and what they need and what their priorities are and where they want partnership from the federal government? No, we haven't. So we have to go and build these relationships in community, not on Zoom, and bring those folks into our party in a really good way. That is a
Indians
huge
also
untapped
quite
potential
big
that we
in
could be
Canada, that's why.
bringing into the fold as a party, and we're not doing it. So there's huge opportunity.
Mr. McQuell.
And we have to rebuild the party from the ground up so that we strengthen the foundation of the party across the country. I mean, I got involved in 1980 because I wanted Ed Broadbent to be our prime minister and I wanted the NDP to be the government. And you ask ask, what's our role? Our role is not to sit on the sidelines and try and guilt or shame the liberals and conservatives into doing what's right. We need to get into positions where people can actually see us govern. And when they have, we have healthcare because Tommy Douglas showed what could be done. And then the liberals and conservatives got scared that, well, the CCF might form a federal government. Let's bring in healthcare. And now we're losing it to Danielle Smith and Doug Ford strangling it or starving it. So we need to be in government. That's the role I want to see for the NDP. But to do that, we have to rebuild the foundation of our riding associations, make sure the communication is two-way and not just about asking about money. How about information on how we could strengthen our riding associations, what's working with other riding associations, what our MPs and MPPs are doing, and what other countries are doing to solve the problems that are on people's minds, be it access to healthcare, food pricing, or jobs, so that we actually can show people what could be done and how we could do it, and that we have the strength to do it so they might vote for us.
Thank you, Mr. McQuail. Mr. Lewis, I want to come to you because you argue for being bold, not liberal light. Those are your words. That appeals to activists, but elections are math.
Yeah.
And we have to be frank.
The Canadians, Hannah.
If you refuse to court centrist liberals, where does your growth come from?
That's not the way it is at all, actually. But thanks for the opportunity to clarify.
You're welcome.
This is where you see the shared values. We got to show up. We got to talk to working class Canadians. Danielle, Rob, Tony, Heather knows the same thing. We need to win. How do we do it? This is what we need to focus the conversation. We launched this campaign laser focused on the everyday emergency of just trying to get by in an impossible, unfair, and rigged economy. We're the only party that has a story for Canadians about why life is unaffordable, why you're crying at the supermarket checkout, because Galen Weston is worth $18 billion, and because 5 grocery chains dominate the industry and price gouge and collude. That's why we put out a public option for groceries. And we got incredible response, Hannah and Rob, you must know this, from conservatives. Conservatives are really interested in a public option for groceries because conservatives understand that the economy is rigged and we live in a monopoly economy. We share values, but we have different solutions, and we're going to win by offering solutions that are actually as big as the crises we face that will solve the crisis of working class life.
On all the affordability is also, we should have free memberships. So we shouldn't be charging $10 for people to come join our party when we know that they're being crushed by the capitalist economy that the conservatives and liberals love. We need to change our approach to bringing people into the NDP family.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. McPherson.
Well, the liberals, they don't really like
I did want to say, we got to come back to rebuilding our party. And to rebuild our party, you're right. We do need to show up. It's why I have door knocked from Smithers to St. John's. It is why I have been doing this work for years. It is how we expanded the number of people that we could get elected in Alberta. And we've got to continue to do that work. And that is working with the riding associations. That is training our members. It is supporting our members. It is making sure that vetting process is transparent and fast. It is making sure that we're giving the resources to our riding associations to do the work that we are asking them to do. And ultimately, we've got to go to our members and we have to trust them. We have to trust them to help us rebuild the party. The party is the members.
Okay, Mr. Ashton. Sorry, Mr. Ashton first, and then Mr. McQuail.
So
I think this is a very valid question. So what happened from 2006 to 2015? We had a conservative government where we use our resources. We were kind of smart. We were like your moderate Republican, and things were going well. But then Trudeau happened, and everything collapsed. And we decided oil bad. We decided natural gas bad. We decided mineral bad. We decided we'd be green zealot, and then everything crashed. And our GDP hasn't grown in 10 years, or I should say 11 years now. Amazing. This is what happened. Elect Sophie for Prime Minister. Sure is he. I don't know who is Shorzy, but basically to explain you what's going on right now, because you seem like an American, I think. I might be wrong, but basically the NDP is the third, well, it used to be the third biggest party in Canada, but they kind of collapsed in the last election because they had a trash leader that burned the party to the ground. And well, right now, because the previous guy was incompetent, he decided to retire. And this is currently a debate with the 5 candidate to be the new NDP leader. But here's the thing. We still have Marxist Carney in charge right now. And that guy is terrible. He destroys everything he touches. He hates Canadian. and he pretends he likes them, and he plays in the TDS of people. So what's going on? Next month, the NDP members will vote for who will be the new NDP leader. And now, if Parliament is able to throw a vote of non-confidence, maybe we will enter a new election. Yes, he is Wef Carney, and that's why I call him Marxist Carney. I'm currently reading his book Values. It's sickening how disgusting his book Values is. Anyway, to get back on track, next month, one of the 5 gentlemen or girl you see right now will be the new NDP leader. Once the NDP has their new leader, they will create their new platform. And hopefully we will have new election, and maybe we will finally have conservative taking over and beating the crap out of the Marxists. Hopefully. Finger crossed. And by the way, Joshua, I like American. I hate my fellow Canadian that have TDS. They are completely stupid and brain dead. They're also like brainwashed by legacy media.
We talk about rebuilding the party, and I'm glad to hear that my friend has a good relationship with the premiers and premiers and waitings of the provinces. I'm glad to see that he knows that he's got to talk to the provinces and have a good relationship with them.
They are trying to do it
because about a decade and a half ago,
they will use
something was dropped from the federal NDP that
them,
absolutely destroyed the Alberta NDP's chance ever again for being re-elected up until the head took over.
That's pretty heavy.
But the Liberals,
so I'm really happy to see that he's grown and he's become a stronger New Democrat.
I hear a little bit of tension there, so I'm going to come to you, Mr. McQuail. I'm going to let Mr. Lewis respond to that.
Once again, thank you so much for the opportunity to clarify. First of all, the LEAP was 10 years ago, not 15 years ago. The LEAP manifesto was itself an exercise in building a big coalition, building a bigger table, as Heather might say, among people who didn't share all of the same views, from environmentalists to the union that represents oil sands workers. A senior official from Unifor was in the document making changes until the last minute. So we built a big coalition. We launched the LEAP manifesto. The head of the biggest union in Canada, QP National, signed it. The head of the Canadian Labour Congress at the time signed it, as well as dozens of other unions. When we came to the Edmonton Convention with it, we worked through the leader's office to make sure everybody knew it was coming, a federal resolution at a federal convention. And the resolution itself was itself a compromise that just said that riding associations should be able to debate this vision. And 3/4 of our members, our precious members, the renewable energy source of our party, 3/4 of the members on the floor in Edmonton voted for that resolution. So I think I'm the same New Democrat I've always been.
We're over time, but I'm going to give you 20 seconds. Yeah, okay, just 20.
Well, give him a bit to respond, and then I would like 10.
20 and 15.
Okay.
Go ahead.
He hasn't spoken enough.
Well, I did spoke before.
You guys are so polite. Okay, I'm going to go Mr. McQuail. Literally 15 seconds, though. I'm already over time.
I've been saying that we need to throw our arms wide and make sure that people know we want everybody, including disenchanted liberals who've been getting a smoke job in terms of what they think they're voting for, and concerned conservatives who don't like pit bull politics and understand that cooperation actually is a conservative value.
Rob, did you want to just come in?
That guy is hilarious. That guy is hilarious because he thinks any of these 5 candidates have chances to bring back some conservative to the NDP. Hell no! I'm a conservative. I'm proud of it. And I'm telling you, we see through your game. You're just another liberal party. But instead of red, you're orange. No, we don't. Any conservative news channel are independent. And that's why we are cooked. CBC is far left. CPAC is only on YouTube based on what I know. They are not as bad or outrageous as CBC, but you can still see the center left leaning creeping in, and sometimes they do censorship and it's kind of disgusting. But yeah, we are cooked. The media, the media plane is really terrible. And what's up with that? Oh my, maid. It's an entire can of worm. But basically, our health system is so broken and shattered that people would rather end their own lives. It's ridiculous. And did they save the ostrich? They didn't save the ostrich. They all got cooked by incompetence from the liberals. Jasmine Lane is pretty reliable. Yes, she is. But again, she is independent and she is a conservative voice. I agree with her. I like her channel, but she is not paid by the government. She is like really independent. And that's amazing. We need more of that. And yeah, Jasmine Lane is amazing. And I highly recommend Norton Perspective. They are the go-to for like how procedure work in Parliament. And even if they are more like right-leaning and more conservative, they are still giving honest take on everything. I know it's sad. It's Canada. We are cooked. We are cooked.
You're fine. Okay. We are going to move on to the next section. If you want to jump in on something in the next section, this is a continuation of that one. I'm going to have to take some time out of it. My apologies. We're going to focus a bit more on how you would deal with this prime minister and this Liberal government. We did see another floor crosser yesterday from the Conservatives going over to the Liberals. It's clear that this prime minister would like to have a majority government. So would you find ways to work with Mark Carney and the Liberals to avoid an election? And it's 45 seconds each. Tony McQuail, I'll start with you.
Well, I think we need to come out of this federal leadership campaign strong and united. And I think we have to show him that the New Democrats are a lot stronger. If you want to hit us, this is not the time because we're not down. We have an incredible group of candidates here who've been building the party, and we have to reach out and speak. Come out of this campaign of leadership ready to go into a campaign if he decides that he's going to try and take the opportunistic way out. And I think we have to come in very strong on proportional representation because that's what we need. And we also have to say, if you want to call an election, we're going to call you out for the 2015 lies that you brought in, and we will go to the polls as you again if we end up with a minority.
Thank you, Mr. McQuail. Tanil.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not running to babysit a Liberal government. Definitely running.
She's not running to babysit them, but you know what? She won't get that leadership anyway. Also, because you're American, I will tell you this. It's because of Trump that the Conservative lost the previous election. I bet he's a good runner. Mama Night. But yeah, Trump really placed a stain on the conservative movement across the globe. And I will be honest, I like Trump, but like most Canadians hate Trump. No, I don't. But I love what Trump is doing. He stands up against the globalist agenda. No, I don't. But yeah, I like his stance. I don't agree with some of the things he does and says, but like Trump is amazing. I wish we had Trump.
To come out hard and win big in the next election. I tell people all the time that I think I'm probably one of the only folks that's like really excited about the next election. North Island Powell River is so ready for the next election, and we want to get going. And the excitement that we saw across the country in lots of tiny communities all over the place, people are ready. I think there's this misinterpretation that because the last election, took a big toll on us, we survived. We have our Magnificent Seven in there that are working harder than ever. And I think a lot of New Democrats are ready to hit the ground, hit the doors, and get going and really show what the NDP force is all about.
Yeah, we do need ice.
Well, and as you've seen tonight, the New Democrats are the most polite and constructive of all the parties. You can see it among us tonight. And we will always work with whatever government we can to advance the interests of working class Canadians and make life better. It is a country awash in wealth. And there is no reason why everyday struggles should be so intense for the 99% of Canadians trying to pay for groceries, trying to put food on the table. 1 in 4 Canadians skipping a meal in order to feed their kids. Mr. Carney understands, he's a great guy, and he understands that we are at a turning point in human history. And the nation has an appetite for big things. We think he's going in the wrong direction. And we think that the NDP can provide a much healthier direction by doubling down on the ties that bind us, our independent sovereign economy, and the working class lives of Canadians.
Heather McPherson.
The role of New Democrats is to push the government until we become the government.
Good luck
And
with
as
that.
as a member of parliament, I'm proud of some of the wins that we were able to get out of the last parliament. You know, there are 6 million Canadians across this country that have access to a dentist that did not before because of New Democrats. But what I am seeing from Mark Carney right now is an unwillingness to work with the other parties. You know,
that's true.
I need a prime minister that is
The
defending
Liberal
our public
take a majority
universal
and they
healthcare
don't
system,
have a
and that is not what we are seeing. You know, while Daniel Smith takes the biggest swing at healthcare since Tommy Douglas and the NDP put it in place, and Mark Carney does not defend the Canada Health Act, I can't work with that. When we are laying off public sector employees by the tens of thousands, that is not something I can support.
Okay, thank you. And Rob Ashe.
Work with Carney. That's funny because Carney's a bigger conservative, I think, than Harper or Mulroney ever were. And so when I'm the leader of the party and we regain all those seats.
Okay, I gotta say this. Ashton wants the viral moment because he mentioned Mulroney and Harper, our conservative previous 2 prime minister. They were amazing. I'd say Harper was center-right, but he had lots of policies from the left. Brian Mulroney was the closest thing we had from the far right. Was very like pro-life, and it was almost a Republican. And Carney is nowhere near these 2 legends. Carney is a train wreck. And Ashton compares Carney to our great conservatives. It's insulting to the viewer. It's so stupid. Nothing's free. That's true. Nothing's free. That healthcare isn't something to brag about. I agree. That's true. Is that guy a commie? Out of these 5 candidates, there are 2 candidates that are commies. This one and the other one with glasses. Once more government control. That sounds crazy. Yes, it does. It does.
We're going to be taking out bill by bill. We're going to be standing up for what Canadians want, and that's jobs, housing, and affordability. Because Carney cut 40,000 jobs, 40,000 jobs out of our government. Jobs that people need to help get them into our system, to help work with us. He allows privatization to happen across the country. And he allows corporate business to steal away our jobs.
Okay, thank you for that. We're now going to move into the debate portion of this final segment. We do have other segments after, but was the confidence and supply agreement to blame for the party's losses in the last election? And did Canadians tie the NDP too closely to Justin Trudeau's Liberals? And Mr. McQuail, we'll start with you.
Well, that is one of the major problems of being a supportive.
I agree with you. Canadians don't want Marxists, Paul. You see, Joshua, I agree with you, but I'm a conservative. But I'd say people don't want something that's marked down Marxist. However, we are so far left that without realizing it, many of my fellow Canadians do want Marxist. Many of them do want communism. Many of them do want far left policies and governments. But they don't realize it. It's like they've been brainwashed so much to think the far right is bad that they don't realize the far left is probably worse. Your tariffs is causing your job losses. Yes, it's true. And I will also add this. Our economy was already down the drain before Trump took office. And this is what the Conservatives have been pushing and saying for now 10 years because they lost powers. But like, again, our Conservatives, they say, you know what? It's your tax. It's the inflation. It's your debt. It's all the foreign aid you keep sending when we don't have the money. It's the green policy. It's the green scam. Like anything that's far left, we did implement it. And we are at the precipice. We are almost about to embrace what the UK is doing with censorship. There are bills right now in Parliament that are censorship bills. They were a minority. That's why they are still locked. But if Carney gets a majority through backroom deal, which is what he does right now, we are cooked. Why don't they just move to Marxist countries? They don't realize it. That's the thing. They don't realize it. Their brain is so fried by the media. They don't see it. They don't realize it. Trump warned of the green scam at the UN. That's true. I'm fully aware of that. And you see, the conservative, they push against that narrative. But unfortunately, they're not in power because Trump wanted to annex us. And we know what happens after. And where did he come up with that $400 billion for Ukraine? More debt and deficit, folks. This is what's going on. Canada is good. Canada is good. Canada is good. Let's play more.
An unpowerful supportive member in a minority government. And we saw the same thing happen for the NDP in Ontario. We came up with a bunch of good ideas. The Liberals who were in power implemented our good ideas, and they got all the credit for it in the next election. And it wasn't until they dithered around for 3 years that then they were swept out of power and the NDP came in 1990. So if you're going to go into an agreement, you have to be extremely clear of what you're agreeing to and what you're supporting and what you won't support.
Let me come to you, Ms. McPherson, because you were closely involved in the agreement. If voters did punish the party for that agreement, how are you the candidate for change?
So listen, for me, when I look at.
So I will tell you this, how it works here. Each member of parliament has a seat. And when there's a minority government, the government needs to ask the opposition for support. And sometimes they do deals. So the opposition helps passing bills. And what really destroyed the NDP in the last parliament from 2021 to 2025 is the deal the NDP had with the Liberals. The NDP would say, we will be with you 100% as long as you pass some of our bills, as long as you pass some of what we want, as long as you don't trigger an election too early. And well, what happened is we almost had a uniparty and the opposition was basically part of the government. And that's also why right now we are such in a bad shape in terms of economy. It's really because of that terrible NDP and Liberals coalition. And because they were almost one and the same, a lot of the NDP voters were like, what's the point of voting NDP if they will team up with the Liberals anyway? So a lot of the NDP voters, they decided to drop that party and to vote Liberals. Therefore, they put the Liberals in power. Now let's go to the chat. Crown Royal Bottling Company is moving to the US. Yes, I'm not surprised. Toronto is stupid. Ontario is stupid. Dogford is stupid. We have a unity party in America also. Well, it's a bit different. You see, like, it's the last 4 years were not meant to be how our democracy was made. It turned like that because the shitty leader of the NDP did it this way. But usually our parties all have different advantage, and if it's a minority government, they need to work with the opposition to pass stuff, but they need to give things to the opposition. Unfortunately, for 4 years, the NDP were just always on board with the Liberals. So a vote for the NDP was like a vote for the Liberals. So even if they didn't get a full majority, they acted like one, which is completely disgusting. And that's why now NDP lost their leader. And that's why they lost so many seats. Threatening to cut off America's energy. I was sad when Clown Carney said I remember seeing that. I was like, he said it. What about equality, right? Like, some of these Muslim countries, they throw rocks at women. they see the LGBTQ plus crowd and they beat them up, man. And then we got Carney say Muslim values are Canadian values. That's the circus. Sure, buddy.
That agreement and the things that we were able to achieve for Canadians, I think that's very, very important. But the key piece that we need to fix here is our electoral system. And we do need electoral reform because we should be working together. We should be working for the benefit of Canadians. You know, all politicians should be going to Ottawa to get things done for Canadians. And I understand that my role as an opposition member is to hold the government accountable. And I do that every day. You know, I'm able to stand in the House of Commons and I will be able to stand in the House of Commons the day after this leadership race to actually fight for Canadians. That's what we need to be doing. You know, when we can get wins for Canadians, let's work together. When we can't, let's not. But ultimately, it is a electoral reform that we need to be looking at.
It's a time for what Nathan Cohen called violent agreement among us. And Heather, I have to say, listening to your defense of the supply and confidence agreement, I got shivers. It's why you're an incredible MP, and I really respect your leadership. I think what we had there was a failure of communication, a failure to communicate. We were staying in this, as I understand it, we stayed in the supply and confidence agreement so that we could actually get the dental care program implemented. Now, Jagmeet was in a very difficult position because he had to criticize the very unpopular Trudeau government, but at the same time, he was still, and the caucus was still supporting our confidence motions, and Canadians got confused. Are you mad at them or are you supporting them? Because when push comes to shove, you support. And that's because we needed dental care for millions of Canadians to be implemented so the next government couldn't roll it back. But we never said that clearly to Canadians. We need to practice straight talk and clarity in our country and be transparent about why we're doing what we're doing. And I just want to say that in terms of proportional representation, which we all want, I've said that if we control the balance of power in a parliament, we will go in with one demand and change the electoral system so we have an actual functioning democracy in this country. And we have to let Canadians know we're going to fight for that because 36% of the popular vote should not lead to absolute power in Ottawa, and we all know it.
Mr. Ashton, let me bring you in on this. You said the NDP got 3 big wins from the agreement, pharmacare, dental care, which everybody, and the anti-scab legislation as well. But the Liberals did take a lot of the credit on that. I think everybody on the stage agrees to that in the last election. As leader of the party, how would you approach the relationship with the Liberals differently?
We're going to demand better for the Canadian workers. We're going to demand better. We're going to be unapologetically loud when we actually make a deal and we get something that we need for Canadians. We're going to be screaming it from the rooftops, to be honest with you. Now, we're going to listen to what Canadians want us to fight us for. And that's jobs, that's housing, that's affordability, and yes, a new electoral system. And this is what we're going to be pushing when I'm leading the NDP. We're going to be pushing for what Canadians want because we're going to be listening to them. We're going to be meeting with them, like Tennille said, where they're at. We're not going to roll over and allow the Carney government or Poilievre sitting in the wings eating our cake and stealing our thunder.
Ms. McPherson, you wanted to get in a moment ago. My apologies.
No, but I'm happy to. I'm happy to talk. I mean, I agree with Rob when he talks about the idea of housing being something that we need to be making sure we're pushing the government on. You know, one of the things that bothered me most about the budget that I voted against in the fall is the fact that there was half the money promised for housing. You know, it is why I brought forward one of the very first platform planks was my housing platform. And it is because we are in the midst of a national housing emergency. And we see this government not taking the breadth of that problem.
So here's the thing. From 2006 to 2015, we had Stephen Harper in charge. A conservative government was in place. And he was very clever and smart. We had the best immigration system in the planet. We only took what we needed. We only took, you know what we took? We took people we could house, people we could welcome here. But what happened in 2015 when Harper lost a third re-election? Trudeau happened. Trudeau opened our borders wide open. It was a free fall. We brought the third world in Canada. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the housing. We don't have the hospitals. We don't have the schools. We have nothing. And yet, we want more and more and more. And because Marxist Carney is a believer of the Century Initiative, he wants our 45 million population to skyrocket and jump to 100 million by 2100. It's crazy. In the last 10 years, we had more immigration than probably the 20 years before 10 years ago. So like in the last 10 years, we had more immigration than in the last 30 years. And this is what happened. That's why we have a housing crisis. There's too much demand, not enough supply. There's not enough infrastructure. And yeah, we are cooked. Canada is cooked.
Seriously, not dealing with it with the urgency that we see. And that's one example. But there are many examples where this government does not put working class Canadians at the forefront. It is all about corporate interests. It is not about making.
I will be honest, Joshua, I don't know what you heard, but I think you built like 9 houses in 11 months. I might be wrong on that. Not quite sure, but I know he didn't build enough to just welcome all of the mass immigration we got. Next comment, you're not going to benefit the country, get the F out. Yeah, that's true. I'm with you on that. But unfortunately, liberals don't think like that. Where will they house them? In the streets. We have people living in tents, bro. But you've seen it because like you follow Moose, but Moose doesn't exaggerate. Like I walk half an hour, I can find a camp with bunch of tents. People live in their cars and in tents. I'm not exaggerating. They will have a lot of Muhammad babies soon. Actually, it's more India, bro. We have Muslim, but it's not as bad as Europe, but we have massive Indian. Like, we will have, like, bunch of Singh running around. That's the most popular newborn baby name in Britain right now. It's Mohammed. Aaron Singh. Yeah, I saw the F house he built. That's true. I follow Golda Gamari. I don't know her. But yeah, housing is cooked as long as we have crazy people in charge that want mass immigration.
Life better, making life more affordable, making life easier for Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
And Tanil, you just want to jump in quickly.
Communication is absolutely key in all of this. And it's communication every single day, not just around election time. And it's on every platform you can imagine. It's on Instagram, it's on TikTok, it's on Twitch, it's on YouTube, it's on all these different the platforms so we can actually reach a diverse perspective of Canadians. We need to engage our student movement and help us with that. These folks are experts in these arenas and we're not getting the information out there. I bet there's a whole ton of people that have no idea that Carney only funded the housing program half of what it's worth. There's so many people that don't know that we have probably never actually contributed to our healthcare through the Canadian Health Act in the way that we're supposed to as a federal government. There's all these big facts that folks don't know, and we're not getting that information out there to them. And when we talk about electoral reform, can we please bring back the per vote subsidy? That $2 a vote will do a lot for our party. It'll help us get lifted out of this backward system where we have the same amount of votes, almost the same amount of votes as the Bloc Québécois, but we have 7 members and they have 22. We need to fix it.
Mr. McQuail, just short.
Well, the reason we have to rebuild the riding association connection to the party and strengthen our riding associations is based on 45 years of experience. You're never going to be able to communicate through the national media all that you want to communicate or have it come out really accurately. And so we are going to have to rebuild that base of the party, that foundation, and have really good communication so that we can tell our story to our members who can tell it to their neighbors.
Okay, thank you all. I have one final question, and this is a one-word answer, and I know you may disagree with a one-word answer, but I'm going to force it on you. Right now, your party holds 7 seats. We've been discussing that. So let's be clear. Are you running to rebuild this time, or are you running to be prime minister?
I don't think
one-word
Tony
answer.
will
To know
get
you
it.
first.
Rebuild.
Tony.
Prime Minister.
Rob.
Rebuild.
Rebuild.
Be real. Rebuild, of course.
Okay. More than one word.
Okay, we'll let him have more than one word. So this is our final section. Thank you for all doing that in one word. I thought there might be a little pushback on that, so I do appreciate.
So I don't know what's up with my computer tonight. NDP means New Democrat Party. Because basically here we got liberal, or I should say liberal, but I like to call them liberal because they lie all the time. So we got liberals, we got conservative, we got NDP, which is New Democrats, and we got the Greens, and we got the Bloc. But the Bloc is a party in Quebec for Quebec's right and for Quebec's defense, and it's kind of crazy. They have a word in federal politics, which is hilarious. Is that conservative or Democrat? It's far left. So our example of Democrat is the Liberals. The Liberals are like your Democrats. And our conservative are like your most moderate Republican, because our conservative are pro-life, but they will never win any election if they run on it. So like, forget any laws about banning abortion. That will never happen. And we don't really have a choice to be progressive as well. And I was confused with your election. Red is liberal and blue is conservative. Yes, exactly. And NDP is orange. You don't see it clearly on that screen, but NDP is orange. And yeah, I know it's the reverse.
Appreciate that. Before we wrap up this evening, I do want to ask this one last section. So this is our final portion where we ask each person an individual question. And you know what? Somehow I have lost that on my... Found it. It's like a journalist desk up here. I was going to kill time moving those papers around. Tanil, I'm going to start with you on this one. These are, for each contestant, they're tailored to either your experience, to your platform, to your campaign priorities, and you're going to have 1 minute to respond to each one. So Tanil, I am going to start with you. You've criticized, and we even heard tonight, the fundraising threshold to enter this race. Leadership of a national party requires raising significant resources. Why shouldn't members see that threshold as a test of readiness?
Yeah, I think I'm not.
So I will already debunk that. So I think they cheated. So here's what happened. It's a lot of components. Component number one, since the late 60s, so it's been like 60 years or so, we had a three-party system across Canada. And in Quebec, we had a four-party system because the Bloc is in Quebec. And what happened is, in the last election, because the NDP leader was stupid and he ran the party through the ground, that party collapsed. To give you an idea, they usually had 30 seats, sometimes 20. And now they were at 7 seats. So what this means is they were only able to elect 7 members of parliament. And this is really bad. Because usually the Democrat, the NDP, are good enough. And usually when they have a competent leader that do their job and that wants to win the election, they siphon away lots of the Liberals' voting base. So what happened is, because the NDP was weak, it became a two-party election. And if it's a two-party election in Canada, Conservatives have no chance whatsoever because we are left-leaning. We are left-leaning, that's a reality. And that's why even if there's like 4 parties that are 4 different flavors of left, the Liberals still hold the power most of the time. And yeah, so usually when there's a strong NDP, sometimes the NDP will take a seat from the Liberals. And how we form government is the party that has the most seats form government. And all of the other parties, they form what we call the opposition. So what happened, because the NDP didn't do their job right, well, lots of seats that were usually NDP, they flipped Liberals. Some of the seats they did flip Conservative, but a lot more seats went from NDP to Liberals. And sometimes some riding where the Conservative had the advantage, because the NDP collapsed, that gave the edge to the Liberals because people no longer voted for the third party. So that's factor number one. Factor number two, the media, the propaganda. So we got the CBC that keeps promoting the Liberals all the time, 24/7. And we have massive TDS. So what the mainstream decided to do is Pierre Poilievre is Trump. That was basically what the mainstream was saying. So all of the TDS people, they were like, we will never vote Conservative because we don't want Trump here. And well, that's a factor. Another factor is the Conservative, they didn't shift fast enough what would be the narrative for the campaign. So the campaign of the Conservative was terrible, and the campaign manager was really bad. They fired her, and now it's someone else that has a good track record, so I believe in the Conservative now. But that's what happened. So the Conservative, they did campaign really poorly. Trump bad, media bad, and NDP collapse. This is what happened. So let's look at that. Three-party system tends and spread out the vote too much. Well, that's the only way we have a fair system here in Canada, because, again, Canada is left-leaning. We are very, very progressive. Alberta aside, most provinces, they spread out the votes well. Alberta is the only province that really votes Conservative a lot. But the Conservative, to survive, they need the NDP. What happened is Carney was poaching them for years, and Trudeau was poaching them for years, and we had very bad candidate, and the bad candidate, they betrayed the team and they crossed the aisle. So that's really bad, because now they can pin it on Poilievre even if it's not really the truth. That's what's going on. Canada is cooked. We are about to finish that debate. It's near the end.
Not deterred away from like a test of readiness as far as being able to fundraise. I think I'm actually quite a good fundraiser when we get down to it, especially in rural ridings. I land very well there because I understand that landscape. I don't necessarily view the landing at the $100,000 as a commitment to the kind of the democracy within our party. EDAs from across the country, we saw them do letter writing campaigns and offer to the party rules that they expected of the leadership race, and also what they thought about a reasonable cost for a ballot fee. And we weren't seeing that $100,000 six-figure number. We were seeing top around $75,000, and that was really what the membership was pushing. So when we look at our leadership race and running our leadership races, we need to lean into the people of the party, the membership of the party that is this moving machine. They are the movement, and use those recommendations that are coming from our people to structure our leadership race in a way that's really respecting what they're expecting to see from us.
Thanks, Tanil. Abby Lewis, you're next. So here's your question. Your dad was a provincial leader. Your grandfather led the federal party. You describe yourself as an outsider. In what sense?
Well, I think I think maybe I'm a throwback to the NDP of the CCF NDP of my grandpa's era. Think about what Tommy Douglas did with healthcare. It was the same thing. It was a giant idea that was outside the box. I'm outside the box for some of these, for what is considered a serious political idea by the very serious people who decide what's serious in this country. I'm advancing solutions as big as the crises we face. And that's what's required in this time. That's what Tommy did with healthcare. And we need to actually get outside of this very, very narrow window, which is what my objection to Carney's leadership is exactly that. He's a smart guy, and he's very popular in Canada right now because he has a diagnosis about where we are in history. We're at a turning point. But what he wants to do is make us into a petrostate that is a militarized petrostate, a junior arms dealer on the world stage. I have a very different vision for Canada, and that's what is outside of maybe the Ottawa bubble, but certainly not outside of our tradition as New Democrats.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Heather, you are next. You were a senior member of former leader Jagmeet Singh's team and served as whip during the confidence and supply agreement. Ultimately, there was the party's worst federal results. So why should members see you as change rather than continuity?
I want to start by just saying how proud I am of what our caucus was able to achieve in the last parliament. and the incredible members of parliament that made up our caucus. You know, with 25 members of parliament, we fundamentally changed the direction that our country took on many things. You know, I was the foreign affairs critic, and I am proud of the way that we fundamentally changed our party and the government on issues around Palestine, on Ukraine, on Sudan, on Iran. You know, there is a way that we need to push the government of the day until we are the government. And I can tell you, the work I have done in my riding, the work I have done across this country, the record I have of being able to win my seat in Alberta in a hard election proves that I can win, that I know how to do that I've been doing that work, I will continue to do the work, and that is why I am the leader that the New Democrats need right now.
Thank you, Heather. We're going to move over to Rob Ashton now. You say you want to put workers first. I have to mention your campaign did lean on AI to generate answers to questions at one point. I see that. How do you square that with your message about protecting workers from technological disruption?
For the last 10 years as president of the ILW, I spent that time defending my members' jurisdiction against automation, against companies that want to bring in unilateral job cuts, by fighting against the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority and the Canadian government and alongside environmental groups, fighting against Roberts Bank Terminal 2, which is going to be, for all intents and purposes, a fully automated terminal, which will cost 90% of jobs of a conventional terminal, which will force other employers to increase their automation. I'm not against automation as long as automation works for the worker. Like the egg carton factory in Brantford, Ontario that I went to, where they brought in automation and robotics that actually improved workers from 100 jobs to 300 jobs over the time frame.
Okay, thank you. Tony McQuail, you are last in this section. You're entering the race without the same infrastructure or national profile. Now everybody does know who Mr. McQuail is. What is the realistic path for you to see winning, and what does success look like for you if it isn't victory?
Well, Hannah, I've run in a lot of elections. I've always run to win. I maybe haven't always won, but I won 3 school board elections in my own community. And what does success look like? It looks like helping people understand.
School board, folks. School board. Like it's the same landscape as freaking federal politics. That guy is a clown. That guy is a clown. Nobody can take him seriously. Really, it's hilarious.
And the issues and the needs from a perspective that maybe they aren't already hearing. So that's one success. I always, when I get into an election, have a tiered series of what does success look like and the whole stair steps. You ask the question, what am I running for? I want to be prime minister because I want to work with these people on the ideas they have to move this country forward.
It will
And
never be
when I first sent out my email, most of my friends said, are you crazy? But your ideas give us hope. And I'm feeling pretty despairing. And I had thought I had no idea to get to this stage, but because of the wonderful support and the fact that some of these ideas resonate across Canada, we're here now. Let's go forward with some hope.
Okay, thank you all for that. That was our final section. Fist bump onto the right side there if you didn't see that. Before we wrap this evening, of course, we're going to hear one more time from each of our contestants. I think everybody just took a sigh of relief right now. I think I felt it up here. So we're going to hear 45 seconds from each of you. And actually, Tony, you're first again. Okay. 45 seconds to you.
Okay. Well, my friends, if we are to meet the current challenges as a party, a country, and a people, we need bold change. We need the skills and talents of all these candidates working to rebuild our movement and share our vision with Canadians. This is a lot to ask of one person. Canadian Quakers have gone from having a single clerk to having a clerk's table with a team approach to leadership. And I would suggest as part of redesigning how we do things, perhaps it's time to have a leaders' table to share the work and the wisdom. We need a shared vision that resonates with Canadians. I hope that our holistic goal for Canada
I just realized there's a glitch. I think I will rewind.
And I understand the urgency for change. I've witnessed day in, day out how the capitalist system consistently and deliberately fails our communities. The leadership race is about change. It's about the next chapter of the NDP and one that isn't afraid to leave fully and boldly with its values. I'm not here for a promotion. I'm here to drive change. I'd love for you to join me in whatever platform works for you, whether it's email, Facebook, Mastodon, you name it, come join me. Tonight, I'm asking you to stand with me and lend me, Tennealle Johnston, your first choice vote, and let's get to work.
Tennealle, thank you kindly. Rob Ashton, you're next.
We need to rebuild the NDP. We need to rebuild the trust that working class people may have lost in us. We have to bring voters back. And how? By bold solutions that impact their daily lives, by taxing the rich, cutting taxes on the working class, rebuilding industries, investing in industries, but investing in job creation, by building homes that Canadians can afford with Canadian workers and Canadian materials.
He tries
And
to
that's why I'm
emulate lots of
to take our power back,
talking
to bring the NDP back to its roots and offer real hope.
Thank you,
Because I'm the
Rob.
leader that listens. I'm the leader that's going to push our membership's decisions. And I'm the leader that will deliver.
Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting. That was you kept going.
I take long pauses sometimes.
It was a long pause. I appreciate you. Okay, Abby Lewis, you're next.
Despite a few dim sparks that flew tonight, I am looking forward to getting work with my colleagues, 4 fantastic New Democrats on stage tonight. But here's why our campaign is different. You're not just voting for me, you're voting for a whole new approach, a movement that we are building together to stop the ongoing genocide in Gaza now, for public options, a wealth tax, a Canadian Green New Deal. When Tommy Douglas and the NDP fought for Medicare, we heard all the same things. It's too radical. We won't be taken seriously. It can't be done. But Tommy knew it was what a supermajority of Canadians wanted, the kind of Canada we deserve. This is how we rebuild now. This is how we start winning. And this is how we transform the country for the many, not the money.
See, I waited a second so I didn't interrupt you. Thank you, Abby Lewis. I learned from Rob Ashton, Heather McPherson.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you for the discussion this evening. You know, New Democrats fight for what matters. It's because of the NDP that we have public health care, that we have pensions, that we have enshrined workers' rights, that we have a strong public service. You know, so many of the things that define us as Canadians, things that separate us from the United States are there because of New Democrats. We have a responsibility to live up to that and win more seats so that we can do even more for people. I have a plan, I have a record, and I have the energy to hold this government accountable until we are government. I'm not getting ready to do this work. I am already doing it. And with your support, I know we can win more seats. We can do even more for Canadians. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPherson. Thank you to all of the candidates on this stage. I truly appreciate you allowing me to moderate the debate. Before we sign off, though, I want to acknowledge something that is truly important. Now, in these debates, I want to thank each of you, the contestants, for putting yourself out there, putting forward your vision in a political arena. Running for leadership is not easy. And I can't imagine being on your side of the podium. It requires courage, it requires conviction, and a willingness to stand up for what you believe in, knowing that you're going to be tested here as well. These are the 5 candidates who will appear on the leadership ballot to be the next leader of the New Democratic Party. So thank you all for putting your name forward. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes as well. There are teams here, there are teams behind there that put this all together. So thank you kindly for doing that. It's very important for a good public discourse. Voting opens on March 9th. NDP members can vote online, by telephone, or by mail.
So, we finished the debate. That went longer than I thought. So now this is the afterthought of that debate. I will share what I think will happen. We got 5 candidates. You, all of you that watched the stream, I've seen them talking, their platform, their thought belief. Let's talk just a little bit about each and how I think they will perform. So Tony, the farmer, for me, it's obvious the guy thinks he is serious. He has no chance whatsoever. He is in dead last place. The reason is he feels like the most disconnected from everyone's reality. The other thing that really damages him is how he viewed the French language and how he dismisses it. He needs Quebec. Quebec is the most progressive province in Canada. If you cannot perform well in Quebec, the NDP is a shadow of what it can be. So if you cannot speak French, you already shoot yourself in the foot. And to top that, he really speaks environment a lot, but I truly believe that's the only thing he understands the NDP is about. And the NDP should be more about than just the environment. So I do think Tony, the old man, has no chance. He is the old white man That's a big factor. But it's also because he doesn't seem as serious. I could not take the guy seriously at all. Like, so many things, I was blowing up laughing on what he was saying. And the worst than that, it's not for the viral moment. It's because the guy genuinely thinks it. I don't know what he's been smoking or drinking, but I want some of it. He has no chance. Now, in fourth place, we got the First Nation lady. She was really bad. She was a social worker that always virtue signal, and she was kind of good when she wasn't virtue signaling. But the big catch, her French is not that great. She is forgettable. I can't remember what was her platform outside of let's help the environment. Let's be green, just like Tony. And oh yeah, let's give more money to students and free education. Most of Canada don't pay so much about, like, the fees for schools are not that high. They cost something for sure, but it's not like the USA. So it's not really an issue, and she will not help whatsoever with the cost of life. And the same goes for Tony. Actually, none of these candidates will fight for affordability. They will make it worse. And this is why I think the NDP didn't learn and didn't really listen to what people were saying. Now, in third place, that kind of breaks my heart. Because in the first debate, with all moment aside, I thought the guy was kind of solid. He has the charisma, he has the strength, he has the tone. Rob Ashton, baldy with glasses, that always speaks about the working class. And I feel like the guy is really perfect in the center. He is perfect in the center, not in terms of politics, but like in terms of how good he does when compared to the others. He is far better than Tony and the other lady. He is someone I don't necessarily take seriously, let's be honest, because he has these moments where he only wants to be viral and he says things out of proportion. But I think there's some kind of appeal. And I think he mimics very well some of what Mark Carney says and thinks. And maybe he will siphon away a good chunk of what Carney has been getting with the Liberal Party. And I didn't say the same with the first debate. I'd say this second debate did more justice to Ashton, but I still think Ashton, baldy with glasses, is not as good as the other two. The biggest issue is French is bad. It's better than the other two, but it's so bad. And is weak moment this time around? Well, he had two weak moments. When he mentioned Brian Mulroney and Harper being less conservative than Carney, it was crazy talk. It was crazy talk. The other issue with Ashton, I don't think he understands the working class at all. If he thinks the speech she was giving and the presence she was giving in that debate will draw in these working class people, he is dead wrong. They don't care about Trump as much as he does. That's how it goes. The other thing with Ashton, his platform is not as clear as the other two. So he has the charisma, he has the character, he talks the right way, but he doesn't have the platform. And he says, we will do this and that, just like the Liberals. We'll promise all these good things. What will we do? I don't know. So again, Ashton right in the middle. Now, in second place, A.V. Lewis, the big communist guy. The reason why I place him underneath Eder is because he's not a sitting member of parliament. So I think Lewis has a very fair chance. He is very good. He is a serious candidate. I would never vote for the guy. But at least he's not speaking about becoming prime minister when the party is not even party status yet. I think he knows where the party is right now, and he understands some of the appeal people have toward the Liberals. And I think he will also be able to bring these Liberal voters to him. That's a good thing. His French is actually much more fluent than the others. I think his French is the best French. So if there's a campaign tomorrow and he is the leader of the NDP, I think he is the one that has the most chance in getting the Quebec vote. His French is not perfect, but at least I could understand and translate as he was speaking, which was a bit harder with Eder and a bit harder with Ashton, and forget about the other two. The other two had... Let's pretend they don't speak French, because they don't. But A.V. Lewis, I disagree with the guy, but I think he was serious, and I think he will bring in voters for the left. There's no way in hell centrists and right-leaning people will vote for the guy. So I think none of these candidates will actually bring back the party to the Jack Layton era, unfortunately. It's sad, but they are cooked. Now, Eder, I kept her last because I think she has the most chances. The reason is she still has her seat right now. The other reason, she's a woman, she speaks well, she also speaks a French that's kind of broken, not as good as Lewis, but far better than the other two, or the other three, I should say. And I think Eder has the charisma, the tone, and she has the trust in herself. You can tell she trusts herself. I think she has a fair chance on winning. She has a platform. She knows where the party is. She has the experience. She will bring in people. I know for a fact. That's why I strongly believe she remains on top. And she is also the one that spoke the most French. Even if her French is not as good as A.V. Lewis, she spoke French more. Now, overall, my afterthought on that debate, that was a circus. They didn't learn anything about the last campaign. And that worries me because we need a stronger NDP, a stronger bloc to have a conservative government. And right now, we need conservative to shine. We need them in power. Enough with the self-sabotage created by the Liberals. Enough of that. So again, I think the NDP is in a really bad spot. If Eder wins, I think they have more chance into gaining back support because she is in the House. She is at the Parliament. But I think if they all become MPs, I think they can win some riding back. They have the persona. But again, Eder, I think, is the best pick. Now, for everyone, thank you for watching this long. That was one of the most successful streams we had in quite some time. Now, this is the outro where we talk about what's up on this channel. Well, Friday or Saturday, depending